some
no.
logistics around that.
We're waiting.
Hi, everybody. This is the city manager. You are not live on the live stream, but you are live on the Zoom call. So anyone called into Zoom can hear everything that is being said.
Yes. Okay, we are ready.
Thank you. All right, good evening. And we're going to call the San Bruno City Council meeting to order of April 14th, 2020. City Clerk, if you can take roll, please.
Councilmember Davis? Here. Councilmember Mason? Here. Councilmember Medina?
Here.
Vice Mayor Salazar?
Here.
Mayor Medina?
Here. At this time, I'm going to ask if we can all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now we'll move on to public comments on items not on the agenda. Melissa?
If there are any members of the public who wish to speak, please, if you're attending via Zoom, please choose the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen. We're going to give a moment to see if anybody would like to speak. I'm scrolling through to see. If you're calling on a phone, press *9 to raise your hand. I'm seeing no hands raised for public comment.
I'm just going to give another second.
Right.
And if not, and it has been noted that emails that the City Council has received, we have received those. They are also on the website, so anybody has the ability to see those as well, and they're full from start to finish of what they sent to the City Council on various topics outside what's on the agenda.
I do.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I do have one hand up. That's from Stephen Seymour.
Oh, good. Okay.
I'm going to have Mr. Seymour talk. I'm going to start a timer. Mr. Seymour, once the clock starts, you may go ahead and speak. The floor is yours. Let me make sure that you are unmuted. One moment. He's joining now. Mr. Seymour, can you hear us?
Actually, I'm using Steve Seymour's computer right now. This is Sandra Perez Vargas.
Okay, great. We can hear you.
Good evening.
Oh, right on. Okay, great. I sent an email this weekend to the mayor, the council, and the city manager inquiring about homeless encampments around 380, and I was hoping to get an update if they've been offered services by Life Moves. Are people going out there to clean up the area? Because when you're driving on El Camino, you can see the shopping carts. On Forest Avenue, there's a whole camp, and neighbors are really concerned to live there. So just wanted to see what's going on with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra.
Okay.
Last check, Melissa?
I see no other hands raised.
Okay. So with that, then, please let's move on to announcements and presentations. We have the first two items is A is the week of April 19th to 25th, 2020 as Mosquito Awareness Week, as well as declare the April 24th, 2020 as Arbor Day in San Bruno. So yes, there are proclamations that have been done that recognize that, but obviously there's not going to be anyone this evening to accept them for obvious reasons. So, but we did want to have that noted. Item C, the 2020 census is here. Be informed, be involved, be counted. More information available on the city website or by visiting the county's website at www.smccensus.org. And the last information we had received from county manager was that the county of San Mateo was second, Santa Clara County first as far as having responses. And even though what we're going through, it's really critical and important, there was even a sheet that came out and showed about where each of the cities ranked within the county of San Mateo. I have done it. I believe my colleagues have as well. We didn't ask this before, but honestly, it was easy. You can do it via the computer. The paper questions have been mailed out for those that have not responded, or by phone call, if that's another method you'd like to take. But it is truly critical and important that even our community of City of San Bruno, we have not reached 60% of responses. And so everybody getting counted is critical at a local level, at a county level, because that's how resources and allocations are given. So really want to encourage that for all our community. Item D, receive report and review status of local emergency related to repairs to Crestmore Canyon and continuing declaration of local emergency. Mr. Tan.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. I hope all of you are well. Public Works Director Jimmy Tan. I'm here to provide a brief update on the project. As mentioned in the previous update on March the 24th, majority of the major construction in relation to the installation of the wall structure work has been completed. The contractor also demobilized from the site. Since the last council meeting, staff has been coordinating with the contractor to obtain the final change order prices for the project. The total change order is approximately $94,000, which is about 16.4% of the original construction cost. In addition, purchase orders have been issued for the installation of the guardrail and the concrete work for the sidewalk and curb removal. The guardrail work is scheduled to be completed this week. Following the guardrail work, the sidewalk removal and replacement work is anticipated to begin next week. We also received cost proposals to repave San Bruno Avenue for both the eastbound and westbound lanes from Crestmore Avenue to Caltrans right away near Skyline Boulevard. Staff is currently reviewing these cost proposals, and which will determine our next steps. So this concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Seeing none. Vice Mayor, did you have a question? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and proceed on to consent calendar. We have 5 items. Is there any item that any member of the council wishes to have pulled for a separate vote? Any item that, I'm sorry?
Yeah, go ahead.
For a separate vote, and then we'll see if somebody just wants questions or comments.
I would request, this is Councilmember Mason, the second bullet point, authorizing the city manager to execute a construction contract with Ranger Pipelines.
The resolution?
Yes, please.
Okay. So do you want to just have questions or comments on that, or do you want a separate vote aside from the consent? So you take it all as a package, or if you want a separatized vote just on that item alone?
I think a separate vote, please.
Okay. Anything else for a separate vote? Any item that we just want to have comments or questions of staff? Okay, is there any action on the remainder of the consent?
Move to approve the remainder.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Motion made and second to approve A, B, D, and E. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? I vote voice. We'll move back to item C, which is adopt a resolution. Specifically, Lynn talked about authorizing the city manager to execute a construction contract with Ranger Pipelines Incorporated for the Avenues 1-3 sewer and water main replacement project in the amount not to exceed $5,886,901.20 and approving material testing contract, etc. Linda.
Hi, I just wanted to ask if we could get a better explanation on the procurement, because the numbers were, I believe, vastly different. And I'm just wondering why. I believe, I want to say it was about $1 million, and I wanted to know why such a difference in the cost of the proposers.
Yeah.
Jimmy.
Yes. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. The bid prices for this project really varied quite a bit, as you saw in the staff report. The lowest bidder is at $5.9 million, and then the highest bidder is about $8.7 million. It's really difficult to tell, what how these bid prices were determined, and some contractors may see that not a lot of people are bidding on this project, so they may end up raising some of their unit prices, or Ranger Pipelines, maybe with this economy, they may want to just keep their guys busy, so they don't, they minimize the amount of profit that they're making on this project. So it's really hard to tell what the difference between what the justifications are in terms of the bid prices. But one thing that we know is that Ranger Pipelines hasn't elected to withdraw their bids, so they're actually good with the prices that they provided to the city.
And what is their record with the city, and do we consider past practice when procuring our contracts?
Ranger Pipelines hasn't worked for the city, but they are a really large contractor that has been working on major infrastructure work for other agencies. One of them being actually SFPUC. They're the current contractor right now, and that's working on the Bay Division pipeline, number 2, to replace the 54-inch pipeline and through San Bruno as well. So they have extensive experience with building water and sewer infrastructure. So I don't have any issues with their experience and their qualifications to work on our project.
Okay. And was cost a factor in the procurement?
With these public bid projects, we always have to select the lowest responsible and qualified, the bidders. And so with this, with the public bid, Ranger is the lowest project contractor that submitted the bid. So we have to, we always review their qualifications and their and get references from other projects that they worked on. So they, and they are a reputable company that is capable of doing this project.
Okay. And then my other question is in regards to the paving. As the project, I guess, evolves or moves forward, are we also going to be repaving the streets to really save money so we don't have to go back and repave later? Because I believe in the chart that I saw, all of those streets are considered streets that are going to need repaving in the priorities list.
Correct. So, and the reason why we haven't repaved those areas is because we wanted to, replace the water and sewer pipelines first. And so this is very similar to the other areas that we're actually completing right now fairly soon, which is the avenues 1-1, 1-2. So this is a continuation of that, project, the phase 1 project that we've started. So, this limits of this project is from Taylor, Florida, all the way to San Felipe, between, El Camino and Huntington. So all of these streets will be repaved after the water and sewer mains are completed.
And is that part of the budget that is that's outlined for tonight?
That is included. The cost, the bid amount is inclusive of all of the work that's within the scope of work. That includes the replacement of the water and sewer as well as and paving.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Marty.
Give me a second. I just had a little bit of a disruption.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. I was going to pull this too because this is a huge project. It's approaching $8 million, and I think it's worthwhile to have our community be aware of the amount of work that has been done and that continues to be done for this project, and that the work that remains to be done. I find the prices very interesting. In San Bruno many years ago, I did work with Ranger, but my experience has been it generally depends highly on the project manager that's assigned that tells you how well that project is going to run. But they're reputable. I'm aware of their work for the SFPUC. My concern, and thanks Councilwoman Mason for bringing this up about the paving. So this is full paving. This isn't just T-trench paving that is going to be happening for all of these water and sewer projects that are being completed. Is that true?
It is full paving. It's the full mill and fill.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not just a T-trench.
Okay. So I think many of our workers are maybe aware that in this part of town that when you disrupt and you go deep and you break the surface, you create conditions that sometimes require to have the geotextile placed within the trench. I just thought I would remind staff about that and how costly that can get if it's not addressed earlier than later. I also wanted to bring up the fact of how sparse parking is in these areas, and during COVID-19, it's understandable that parking restrictions and tickets aren't being issued. However, the amount of space that contractors are currently using, and I know it's a different contractor, but I would hope that we could look at possibly finding a laydown yard or having the contractor provide their laydown yard. Artichoke Joe's is currently open to store all their equipment because the use is very, very messy. And the previous contractor actually working now, has left more construction materials and equipment on the street than I've ever seen in my time here in San Bruno. So I wanted to ask that now as you're moving forward to make sure that it's a clear understanding that the streets will be cleaner, because this last job, in my opinion, just around the corner from me, there's some improvement that's definitely needed. So I am in support of this contract. It's continued to accomplish replacing some of the oldest water and sewer mains lines in San Bruno, and I'd also encourage the residents, if we're still allowing the sewer lateral lower lateral to be replaced during this, as in previous contracts, to make sure that word gets out, because that's a very worthwhile service that we're providing to our residents. Thank you.
Any other comments from council? And I think, on that, Mr. Tan, what it was there were concerns that residents raised too on the condition of the street, like Marty had said, whether it was a cleanliness, whether it was blocking, very limited parking. So I think also what would be helpful too is if we just had somebody kind of doing a trust but verify. Yes, we've talked to them. Yes, we've given them our expectations, but that we have that somebody follows through and just, double checks that it's leaving in the condition that the community and we are accepting. Is there anything else, council? Okay, so we wanted to, Linda wanted a separate vote on item C. Is there any action?
Move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 5-0 voice. Let me go to Mark, City Attorney. Considering we're on Zoom, should this not be a roll call vote?
That would probably prefer to do that for this particular one and any other items on the agenda that require either a resolution or a formal motion. Yeah,
so since it is that, I'm going to ask Melissa if you could take roll on the items, please, just so we have it. Is council fine with accepting all of consent? And we'll take a roll call vote to accept all A through E, take them as a group. Is that acceptable, City Attorney? Okay. No disagreements with council. Melissa?
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Medina?
Aye.
Councilmember Mason?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Salazar?
Aye.
Mayor Medina?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Now we're going to move on to a study session. We're going to receive an update on COVID-19 response efforts and preliminary financial impacts. And I believe on that we will be switching to Javon and or Keith DeMartini, so City Manager and Finance Director. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon to the Mayor and the City Council. Javon Grogan, the City Manager. I'm here in the Council Chamber, and I'll be joined by Keith DeMartini, who will assist me in this presentation. And we also have Roseanne Froust, who is the President and CEO of SAMCEDA, the San Mateo County Economic Development Association. And so at a point in the presentation, I will turn over the screen to her, and she will provide the City Council and the public with a presentation. And so right now, I will share our screen. Work on the technology. And 1 second, we'll get it up full screen for you. Down. Perfect. All right, we should be good to go. Okay, so the objective. The objective is to give the public and the community an update on not only COVID-19, but on the implications that COVID-19 is having on the city's budget. I think we all know as we watch local and regional news that we're dealing with two issues, the very significant public health crisis and the economic downturn that we are in that is having effects globally, nationally, and certainly here on our city. And so in this presentation, we will provide the City Council and the public with an overview of what the revenue projection looks like for both this fiscal year and some of the challenges that we have ahead of us for next fiscal year. And so why don't we launch into the presentation? And so for our agenda, we'll give an overview of COVID-19. We'll talk about some of the steps taken to limit the exposure. We'll talk about economic trends. We will talk about the current budget for those at home that aren't used to government speak. We'll talk a lot about fiscal year 1920. That is our current budget year, which goes from July 1, 2019 through June 30, 2020. And the next fiscal year that we are in the process of developing that will go before the City Council in May and in June, and will take effect for July 1 of 2020 and run through June 30 of 2021. We'll talk about next steps because this tonight is a presentation of the analysis. And then the next steps will be strategies to address. So why don't we begin with our update of COVID-19. So in our county, San Mateo County, we know that as of today, there are 721 confirmed COVID-19 cases, and unfortunately, there have been 21 deaths. The best resource for the community, as we have pushed out on various platforms, is on health information, is the San Mateo County Health Officer's website. That is up on the screen. It is smchealth.org/coronavirus, and we'll be showing you images from that page in a little bit. And so as we all know that we have a shelter-in-place order that took effect on March 17th. It is currently in effect through May 3rd. That has not been extended, but may be extended, and we are waiting on the health officer for additional guidance. I think we all know that schools have not been canceled for this school year, but all in-school sessions have been canceled. And on Monday, it was announced that that applies to all private and parochial schools as well. And essential businesses, as we all know, are open with social distancing protocols. So a couple stats. So this page is a screenshot from the county, and we'll go really quickly through some of the details on subsequent pages. But cases per day, as we've talked a lot about, all of these strategies are about lowering the curve, and this data shows clearly a bell curve. And what it clearly shows is that it appears to be moderating, and we appear to be approaching the peak. There's no confirmation that we're at the peak now, but you see that bell curve is starting to have a nice bell curve shape to it. And we always knew that everything we're doing is not to stop the virus. It is to slow its impact on our community. And we want to reduce the number of infections by social distancing, and also allow our hospitals with the capacity to address those that are sick. New cases by day is another way to see the information, and what you can see is that as we have continued our social distancing, which began, as I mentioned, on March 17th, there was a spike in the number of daily cases, but over the last few weeks, there's been a decrease in the number of daily cases, a significant decrease from what we saw at the end of March and the beginning of April. And so we should all be proud of that. We should all be proud of all the social distancing that not just our community, but everywhere else in the county has employed. A little bit more detail on the total cases. So as we all know, there is no age range that is not hit by COVID-19. And we see that certainly in our county data, which is the chart that is before you on the left-hand side, where you can see that the age range for those positive cases goes from 0 to above 90. With the largest single group of positive cases in the 31 to 50 range, and fairly equally split between female and male, 390 female and 331 male. However, the story is different when we look at deaths. We know that unfortunate deaths from COVID-19 more affect our 51 to older population. That's been reported nationally, and we certainly see that trend within our local county. There has been no one under 50 that has died within our county from COVID-19, but it is those in our older population that we are most concerned about. And that's why we all have to employ social distancing, because we may be carriers and we may be infecting someone else in our community and may not know. And I just wanted to provide this statistic and representation. And this is all public data, and again, available on the county website. Next is a little bit of a good news story, which is our hospital capacity. We've been seeing nationally the ability to acquire ventilators and beds. And so this county has done an amazing job, and I think we should all be proud of that. And so this is a page on their website, and I want to provide a little bit more detail. So what's before you on this slide is a representation of beds, available hospital beds, and ventilators. So in our county, right now we have about 100 beds in use related to COVID-19, but we have more available beds than we have in use. And so we know that we appear to, one, have flattened our curve, but we also appear to have enough hospital beds available for when hit the surge. And the same thing is true on ventilators. We have enough ventilators available, about a little bit over 50 in use, but another 160 to 160 over the last few days available to be used. And so that's good news of where our county sits. And so that's most important for our residents at home that may be watching national news, in particular in New York, and maybe fearing if they get sick, will the hospital system be able to accommodate them? Locally, we have the available beds and ventilators. And this is on lab testing. The only reason why there's a lot of data here, but I'm just highlighting positivity because out of the total tests that have been done in our county, over 6,700 tests, the positive rate is about 10%. That shouldn't alarm people because most of the time people that get the test have symptoms of being sick. And so it's not surprising that the positivity rate is higher than the 3% that we expect of the population that may get COVID-19. But of those that have been tested in our county, the positivity rate is 10%. And so, as I think everybody knows, there's a wonderful collaboration going on between our city, the county health department, and the CDC. The elected officials countywide are briefed 3 times a week. And then there's a city manager briefing with all the city managers in the county 3 times a week. There's testing available to the public at the San Mateo County Event Center through the Verily website, verily.com. If you are having symptoms, the best recommendation is to go see your physician to be prioritized, or go to the verily.com site. And members in our community may have also seen the testing site that Dignity Health set up in Town Center. There are a number of temporary housing sites. One of the things that the county set up, knowing that people will need to be quarantined but will not be able to be quarantined in their home, potentially not wanting to infect other members of their home. There is a quarantine site at the San Mateo County Event Center, and going through your health provider, should you have to quarantine, you can get access to that. As we all know, that there is a countywide moratorium on residential evictions, and there's additional homeless services and resources out there for a number of the people in our community that are experiencing homelessness. And we are all adhering to the shelter in place, and I just want to thank everybody in the community for doing that. And our PIL team is doing an amazing job, and we'll show a little bit about that. Homelessness, homelessness, homelessness. I say that 3 times because we're getting a number of members of the community that are experiencing increased conditions with homelessness in our city. And so I want to pause for a minute to talk a little bit about that. Assisting individuals experiencing homelessness during this time is even more important, and I think all of our collective resolve to help out people that are homeless has been heightened by this public health crisis that we're dealing with. I think one of the hard truths is that people that are experiencing homelessness do not always accept shelter when it is provided. And we had a public comment at this meeting asking, has the homeless encampments in our city been approached and offered services? The answer to that is absolutely. Our homeless outreach coordinator, Life Moves, continues to serve, as well as our staff that go out and interface with our homeless population. They have been offered services. Those services are not always accepted. The reasons are many for why they may not be accepted. And I think one of the sad things is COVID-19 didn't change that. And in some respects, it may have even made it worse for some individuals that were resistant to services to continue to be resistant to services. And we've all have heard about the increased shelter beds and hotel room beds, but they're not always taken advantage of. And one of the reasons why the order was titled Shelter in Place and not Shelter at Home was a reflection of not everyone has a home. And then the city is aware, however, that there are parts of the community facing additional impacts from homelessness. This largely because the CDC, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, as well as the county, have asked cities not to move homeless encampments. And they've done that in the interest of public health. The CDC has actually published interim guidelines asking communities not to remove homeless encampments, but instead keep them in place due to the removal will likely create 2 things. One, it creates a larger interface of people that need to support that removal. It also disperses a person's residence and potentially spreads the virus to other parts of our community. One of the things I want to say from the city is, while we are not moving homeless encampments unless there is a significant criminal reason or significant risk to public health, we recognize that during this time where our homeless population is sheltering in place, we have to continue to remove some of the accumulated debris, and we have stepped up our efforts in that fashion and have approached homeless encampments to do just that. And have them separate trash from belongings. It is a difficult process, but it is a process that our employees are committed to, and we will continue to address the quality of life implications of homelessness as we're in the middle of this shelter in place order. SMC strong. We've talked about that. That has been pushed out a lot on social media. Just wanted to remind the community of that. There has been significant donations to SMC Strong. And the point is to help individual families and small businesses and nonprofits that are most impacted by this shelter in place order. And so I think we all know that the county has contributed over $3 million to the effort. YouTube has contributed $50 million. I'm sorry, $50,000 to the effort, not $50 million. And a number of other organizations have contributed to that effort. There are a number of activities that are not occurring, as we all know. Just have one of the graphics up to remind the public. No use of our sports courts, no use of our picnic areas. Most construction outside of that is related to a essential business can be allowed with some minor exceptions. Most group sports have been canceled. Of course, sideshows cannot occur, and the use of our dog parks have been suspended. And at this point, all of our board and commission meetings, since we have been in the shelter-in-place ordinance, have been suspended. We will look to bring those back with appropriate virtual platforms such as this beginning in the month of May. CityNet services. So as the community, we wanted to remind the community that at the very last council meeting, we had a special meeting where the council approved funding for a collaborative effort to use our very own CityNet internet services and provide internet to kids in need. So kids in pre-K to 12, we're estimating approximately 120 families can be served with home internet. And the plan is there have been enough donations to provide that free for 1 year. And so that program has kicked off. We've served a number of families already and just wanted to celebrate that a little bit. We put out a flyer in English and Spanish, and it's a collaborative effort to fund that between a number of entities, the school districts, the San Bruno Community Foundation, the San Bruno Education Foundation, also funded by YouTube, the Police Association, the Lions, and the Rotary Club. We will continue to leverage our social media and all of those various platforms to reach the public. I just want to congratulate our PIO team for doing an amazing job with their graphics and informing the community. We've had lots of positive feedback and would like that to, and we'll continue that. Story time. And with the new regulations, or with the new advisory notice that face coverings be worn, put that out as well, and that is that blue graphic on the left. We've also want to remind the public that the Channel 1 for our own San Bruno cable has really been turned into a COVID-19 educational platform. And so if you tune into that for about 15 minutes, you'll get a lot of resources that you'll need, and you'll hear a number of public service announcements from your city of San Bruno. And we've done that. We've used social media. Our website, the city tilted up a website. It's our web address /coronavirus. We are also preparing a citywide mailer, actually two. One they were stuffing today to go out to our senior community that will have a number of resources and mind games in addition to ways for the seniors to contact. And we are continuing to provide our senior lunch program only in delivery. And the number is going up, which is good news. And we are also planning a citywide mailer because we will not be issuing an activity guide due to the cancellation of most or nearly all of our recreation programs. We are transitioning that document into a citywide mailer, knowing that there is a population that we are not reaching on our social media platforms. Channel 1, and then we have a number of public service announcements. Census 2020, just a reminder, the mayor did an excellent job at that, so I won't talk about that. And that concludes my COVID-19 update. I really want to turn it over now to Roseanne Frous from SAMCETA, who will provide City Council with a presentation on everything SAMCETA is doing to support our business community. So Roseanne, I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and you have the con.
And Roseanne, as they're switching over to your segue, I wanted to thank you very much, you and your team, for the work that you've been doing with SAMCETA. we get to be on these county calls where you offer and have from the very beginning that this happened when the county came and asked you and your team, and you really have been reaching out and very much providing information and resources and where people can get assistance or at least find the direction where to go. So thank you very much, and thank you for spending your time to be here with us this evening.
No, thank you, Mayor Medina, and thank you, members of the council, to City Manager Grogan and your city team. It's really been so great to get to know our communities in San Mateo County on a deeper level, and I really appreciate the collaboration. I appreciate the collaboration with the San Bruno Chamber and the Bay Area Entrepreneurship Center through Skyline College. Saida Stroud has been a wonderful partner, and I just want to say thank you to the city. I'm going to quickly go through slides to show you a little bit of the work that we've been doing since early March when the county tapped us to be the business community lead attached to the Emergency Operations Center. So we took our samcita.org website, which is usually talking about public policy, economic research, and just being a champion for the business community. And we pivoted very quickly to build one of the most extensive resources relating to COVID-19 that is out there. I want to assure the mayor and council and staff and community that all of the information we put up on samcita.org has been vetted. If we can't tie it back to a credible source, it doesn't get included. So we pivoted from doing general COVID information, having the links to the county, the health department, and we started to build the business continuity action plan and all the business and financial resources that are available today. And we just keep building on that. We also launched a business economic impact survey, which is still open, and we are going to keep it open as long as it's needed. I'll show you numbers for the San Bruno community a little bit later in the slide. We also helped with the design, the development, and the launch of the San Mateo County Strong Fund mentioned by your city manager a few moments ago, including all the COVID-19 related PSAs, the fact that the site has multilingual messaging, targeted donation outreach we've been working on by utilizing all of our elected officials in the county as well as other folks that want to help us raise money, because the county put $3 million in from Measure K taxpayer dollars into the fund. The first $2 million has been deployed through the Silicon Valley Community Foundation for our core service agencies, for Samaritan House, Life Move, Shelter Network, and other core service agencies that are really on the front line of helping our residents find the rental assistance, the food assistance, and all of the things really to get through this very challenging time. And we're going to continue to raise money because the $1 million that's been set aside for small business assistance, if you think of a grant up to $10,000, that's 100 businesses across 21 different jurisdictions. We've also held multiple phone calls with city and town economic development folks. Your economic development team in San Bruno has just been really helpful and very appreciative of all the information. Chambers of Commerce, our Convention and Visitors Bureau, as you can imagine, the hospitality, especially from the convention, and the corporate travel has been heavily impacted. Trade associations, nonprofits, and others. So if we move on to the next slide. Thank you very much to your city clerk for helping move this presentation forward. So the website is broken up into different sections, and we keep breaking it up because there is just such a volume of information. So on the right-hand side, you have all the current updates. Anything that we put on a daily basis pops to the top of the blocks that you see on the right. So any business and financial information, any of the city updates, we have our city and town links for our 21 different jurisdictions, so 20 cities and the county of San Mateo. We have the health information. We have a plug to encourage people to do the census. We also have Zone Haven, which actually is the It is a county platform that was designed for fire protection that quickly pivoted and loaded in from a geo-mapping perspective all the restaurants that are doing takeout and delivery, the medical resources, the social services, so any of the essential businesses that are open. You can click on Zone Haven and you can see what's available throughout the county. The jobs for hire, which I believe is very important to our community, considering that there are roughly close to 2.8 million unemployment claims filed in California in the last 3 weeks. So the jobs for hire section is, again, resources that we have aggregated from NOVA, which is our Workforce Investment Board for San Mateo County and Northern Santa Clara County, Onward California, which Governor Newsom had launched last week. So all the jobs through Onward California, and they're matching people with jobs. So there's a lot of information on there. And then the links to our chambers and our educational resources, both through the County Office of Education, our school districts, as well as any free online resources that are available. We've had close to 30,000 views of our page since March 17th, when the shelter in place first went into effect. So if we move to the next slide, here is, so the Business Economic Impact Survey is a simple 15-question survey, and it is designed to capture as much information on the economic impacts for our small business community. So the City of San Bruno, we've received 24 responses. Again, we appreciate you pushing this out through all your different modes of communication methods, so however you can do that. We shared the information on the 24 businesses with the city manager and economic development team, because what we're seeing is communities are using this data to employ either city staff that might be pivoting to work on a new project related to what we're dealing with right now, or there might be volunteers in the community. The City of San Mateo actually deployed city staff to reach out to the businesses to answer questions. The City of Redwood City has used some of their library staff. We're going to be on a call later this week with the county to see how we can ramp that up countywide. Take some of their 1,700 folks that have volunteered through the County of San Mateo, and we want to find out if there is a group of them that would be willing to participate in either a webinar to help people navigate all the different resources that are available. We have 211, which is the general system, but really, how do you fill out an application? Should you fill out for an SBA loan? Have you contacted your bank? Like, really to walk people through kind of the scary times that we're experiencing. So moving on to the next slide. Thank you very much, again, to your city clerk. I really appreciate your help. San Mateo County Strong Fund. City Manager Grogan mentioned the San Mateo County Strong Fund is something that the county was very adamant on when Silicon Valley Community Foundation launched its fundraising efforts back in mid-March, and 10 counties were being supported, but we wanted our own San Mateo County focused. And so if you look on the right of the slide, you have the Silicon Valley Community Foundations as of April 13th. 689 unique donations totaling $255,000. On the left is the pledges that we've received to date from AT&T, our Chambers of Commerce, Franklin Templeton, Gilead, Google, Heritage Bank, and then the list goes on. And so those pledges are all dollars that will be utilized in San Mateo County. But again, we need to keep raising money, and there are some cities that are looking at their financial situation as to whether they have unrestricted dollars that could use the San Mateo County Strong Fund that then could be redeployed to an individual community. So that is something to consider. We have a memo that is prepared that we'll be sending to the mayor and city manager. Hopefully later this week is the plan. We also are very close to finalizing. It will go before the Board of Supervisors next Tuesday, the agreement with the San Mateo Credit Union to actually open an online portal an application process. And San Mateo Credit Union has been a great partner in this because they have offices from Daly City in the north to East Palo Alto and to the coast side. And they will be able to quickly have someone complete the application, upload the necessary documents. The back end of it, the technical piece, is being built, and San Mateo Credit Union is in the certification process to be an SBA lender that can handle both the EIDL and paycheck protection loans, and they have fast-tracked their 501c3 status through the state of California, because the reason that we're not using the Silicon Valley Community Foundation to distribute the business dollars is because as a 501c3, there are strict IRS rules regarding donations to charitable causes. And so we have many small businesses that are not a 501c3, but we have to get the money out to them. So the credit union is the perfect intermediary and has the ability to actually ramp this up really quickly. It's been very interesting because we have core service agencies, so those agencies that everyone is familiar with, and you can deploy money very quickly. But from a small business perspective, the SBA, Small Business Administration from the federal government, is very much used to working in individual disaster areas. So whether it's a flood, a fire, a tornado, an earthquake, but when you have countrywide pandemic as we are in right now, it's a very different scenario, and it's very complex, and you've got to be able to build things really from the ground up very quickly. So moving to the next slide. Here is we were there, so we just have to go ahead, please. So we went through that here. So working with cities, chambers, the Convention and Visitors Bureau, and other stakeholders. So you see San Bruno City Council this evening, the other council, chambers, and groups that we've spoken to. We move on to the next slide. We're trying to get out information as fast as we can. This business continuity action plan was developed about 2 weeks ago. We are going to send out version 3. So it'll be its 4th iteration, but it's 3.0. And it really helps a small business look at itself. What has it done over the last few weeks to assess their particular situation? And then this only shows you the first page, but there's 4 other pages after it with links and resources from a legal and HR, a financial, and a general information perspective to try to deploy as much information in one place as possible to help our businesses really get a level set as to their situation and then what would work for them versus what would work for another business. So that has been an interesting project, and really look at 30, 60, 90 days out. If we go to the next slide. So here's just an overview of financial assistance. We talked about the San Mateo County Strong Fund, federal assistance. I can tell you there's been a lot of frustration with people applying for both the Paycheck Protection Program as well as the Economic Injury Disaster Loan, or EIDL loan. I was just on a call last night with the council in Pacifica and with their economic development folks today. We have been trying to get answers to a number of questions as to how do these things interrelate to each other? What are the time frames for paycheck protection? You might not need it for the next 2 months, but you might need it, 2 months down the road in June and July, for example. So what are some of those issues that people are facing, and why aren't they hearing back quickly? It speaks to our Employment Development Department, our EDD at a state level. There's been a lot of questions about self-employed and independent contractors because those folks typically in the past would not have been eligible for unemployment payments, but they are, as it's been stated multiple times, but they're getting denied at the state level. So we're trying to unwind that bit of a problem. Then there's other programs through iBank and the California Capital Access Program. And then we're tracking small business grants. So both from a financial perspective, and that's why we included the companies you see on the screen, as well as there are a number of companies, YouTube, Google, that are doing, and TechSoup and Salesforce, and they're doing products as well as financial assistance. So we're trying to keep track of all of those programs and also put that up in front of people. And I think that is my last slide. Yes. So Mayor Benita, I just want to thank you and the council and Vice Mayor Salazar and City Manager Grogan. Really, it's been an honor to do this work on behalf of all the communities, and we're just going to keep pushing to try to get the maximum assistance for our county and our community.
And thank you again. I know you've been busy during the day as well as attending virtually council meetings, so thank you for taking your time. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
I have a question. Through the chair. So, thank you, Ms. Faust. Can you hear me, Melissa?
We can hear you.
Oh, great.
I was muted. I'm sorry.
No, great. Thank you. So I just want to first thank you, Ms. Faust. I've been on the county calls as much as I can be, and you've been really, really helpful in getting the county really collaborating behind its small businesses. And I thank you for also addressing the difficulties that are being had right now with the loans. I've heard it on the county calls, and I'm glad we're being transparent with the public. I wanted to know if there are any priorities that are given based on the cities. So is there an allotment that is going to happen or may eventually happen to each city based on its population or based on its business, the number of business licenses it permits, or are you looking at any allocation like that as far as the money that has been received and then the actual money that will be provided to small businesses throughout San Mateo County?
Yes, Councilmember Mason. So the first $1 million that was allocated by the County of San Mateo, the recommendation that will be going before the Board of Supervisors is that $1 million is divided based on population. And so in looking at the population, because we were looking at different mechanisms for dividing the money and looking at past like transportation taxes and things that have been passed countywide, and population seems to be where we have landed. And then with the additional money, that's all open for discussion with the Board of Supervisors, trying to do a balance between all of the cities. And then again, if a city is able to contribute, to make sure that their businesses receive a part of it. We're trying to be really fair and transparent across the board. And also, we have to do after next Tuesday's Board of Supervisors meeting, we want to do a really strong marketing push, and we're going to ask every community to help us with this so that everyone is aware that the application process is open, that the application will be in multiple languages, so we really take that into consideration.
Okay, and then just kind of a follow-up to that, as you may or may not know, San Bruno has really struggled to revitalize its downtown. And we were getting to a point where we were really seeing a lot less vacancies. We were starting to see the restaurants, full again and people walking on the street. So I'm really concerned about the impact that COVID-19 is going to have on our downtown. So is it possible that when donation, two more things is one, I know that some cities have made large contributions, and you just mentioned that a moment ago. So I just want to be clear, will those cities be able to then come back and say that's only for our small business community? And then on the other side, can companies donate and say this percentage or this amount is to be reserved for this particular city?
So that is going to be our recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. So if a city donates X dollars that it wants deployed in its community, that would be our recommendation. And then if a company or an individual wants to make a donation that is earmarked towards a particular community, absolutely. We feel that that is a way to really, one, increase the amount of donations, because people want to see, I go to downtown San Bruno. I actually enjoy a holiday lunch with friends there every year that I look forward to. So I 100% understand what you're saying. And so we want to be able for people's dollars to be deployed in their community. So yes.
Okay. And then my last question around the financing is the individual dollars that are being donated from just regular people, non-business donations, does that then go into a larger fund and that's just dispersed evenly, or kind of on a first come first serve? How's that dispersed?
So the donations into the community foundation. So if we went back to the slide with the different buckets, some people have earmarked their donations for individuals and families, some for nonprofits, again, core service agencies, and some for small businesses. So those funds we want to distribute on an equitable basis. That's how we're planning. And then as the credit union reviews the applications, one of the reasons we are not recommending to put a timeline on actually like opening the application on such and such a date and closing it on another is to keep it on a rolling basis, because then it'll give us, all of us, a better understanding of how many more dollars we need to raise to save X more number of businesses. So that's the thought process behind that.
Okay, and I take it back. Another question around the money. Is there any, or just a suggestion, I don't know if this is even possible, but San Bruno, we are lucky that we have a community foundation, and we also have a chamber of commerce that's kind of getting up and running. And so would it be possible, or is the idea being entertained, that those organizations would qualify to ask for a loan from the larger foundation, and then within San Bruno, our small businesses can apply for those grants or those loans directly with the nonprofit organization or the Chamber of Commerce?
So I think that's a fabulous idea, and I'm happy to, if we could maybe talk offline and have that question asked to the community foundation with their dollars, if they'd be willing to do something like that. I mean, my feeling is we should ask those questions, so absolutely.
Okay, yeah, and I haven't spoken with them, but if it's possible to streamline the process wherein a nonprofit foundation is able to apply for the larger bucket and then disperse the funding within the local city, that might make it easier on the small businesses, and it might be faster than each small business applying directly to the county. But I would love to talk to you more about that offline, and I do not represent the community foundation. This idea just came to mind as you explained really this kind of complex system you guys have put together in the last 2 weeks. So thanks again. It's a lot of work.
No problem. And I just think that with the community foundation, because I believe the San Bruno Community Foundation is 501c3. Mm-hmm. So there might be specific IRS, well, there would be. So they would be able to actually be an intermediary for 501c3-like organizations, but not necessarily the small businesses.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you, Linda. Because of the 501c3, I don't think they, for example, they may have restrictions where they cannot give to a business because they're profitable, but they could give in like cause to same entities, is how I kind of understood it. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Other questions for Roseanne while we have, so we can let her maybe have dinner? Anything else? All right, well.
Another question then, if nobody else has questions. I spent a lot of time over the weekend on the website. That's why I have these questions, and I see some of our business owner representatives are actually attending, so I want to make sure we get some of these answered. Just to, as far as the U.S. Treasury Department goes and the streamlining of your application for a loan, for I guess my own curiosity, but also for business owners, is if you've applied for one loan, can you also apply for the second loan? Is it possible to get both through the county and also through the federal government, or are they somehow intertwined?
So with the federal loans, and we're trying to sort through this because there's been different messages, whereby EIDL is for one thing, Paycheck Protection is for 500 employees less, and part of it could be forgiven. And this actually came up in both the congressional town halls with Congresswoman Eshoo and Spear, and we're really trying to get clarification from the SBA, and the lenders are as well, so we know what can work together. And we are asking the question on the San Mateo County Strong Small Business as to if you've received dollars from somewhere else, but it's not going to preclude you from receiving a grant through, that's our recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. It wouldn't preclude it. What we're really trying to understand is how it works with the state, because even unemployment insurance with the Paycheck Protection, if you've laid off employees, but really the Paycheck Protection Program is designed for you to keep the employees on payroll. So if they've gone on unemployment but they come back, how does that impact it? What type of forgiveness? So I've written all these questions down, and we're kind of moving them up the food chain.
Okay, thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor Medina.
Thank you, Roseanne. Be safe. Thank you very much for your time and all your work and effort.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
And then Javon, City Manager, we'll turn it back over to you. You're muted right now. There you go.
All right. I just want to say thank you to Roseanne for joining and being part of our presentation. You really worked hand in hand to help us support our business community along with the San Bruno Community Foundation. So thank you for being able to attend tonight. And so now I'm going to share my screen again, and we will turn it, we'll keep going through our presentation, and we will now go to a national presentation on national economics. We're going to start high, but then come down low pretty quick and talk about the unique impact to the city of San Bruno. And I now want to turn it over to Keith DeMartini, our Finance Director.
Thank you very much, Javon. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Keith DeMartini. I'm your Finance Director, and I would like to go through a series of slides that speak to what is happening in the nation's economy in regards to COVID-19 and the shelter-in-place orders that are in effect across the country. I'll then dive into what's happening across the state of California for many of the same economic indicators and a few other ones, and then dive into what's happening more locally, regionally within the county, and then locally here in San Bruno. And the whole purpose of providing these slides is to really provide a great deal of depth and context as to what's happening in the economy so that we can understand at the staff level and the City Council how what is happening in the economy will impact the city's revenue sources that we rely on for the great services that we provide to this community. And so I want to provide that context, and so I'll hit these slides fairly quickly, and let's jump into what the national economic trends are to start. First, I'll provide a summary of what the federal government's response has been to this pandemic. There were two massive stimulus packages that were approved by the federal government. First was a $2 trillion stimulus package called the CARES Act. And you can see a high level on this slide what the bullets that were included in this stimulus package. And then there was a second package that was recently approved called the Main Street Lending Program to really support small businesses. The first bullet under the CARES Act, the Coronavirus Relief Fund for $150 billion, that is a source of funding that could potentially be used to support municipalities in the state of California. So I want to dive into that one in just a little bit more detail here on this slide. Of the $150 billion, only 10% of it, about $15 billion of it, will be distributed to the state of California, and that's based on the population of all of the states. About 45% of it will be allocated directly to the state for their expenses, and there is no provision that requires any of that funding to be distributed to cities in the state that have a population of under 500,000 people. So there is no guarantee at this time that any of that relief fund will come to the city of San Bruno. So we will continue to monitor that and evaluate that going forward. There have been a series of grant opportunities that are available, primarily for assistance as it relates to firefighters, justice, and transportation grants. So we will continue to monitor those grant opportunities as well. We are actively working very closely with the California Department of Emergency Services, which is called Cal-OES, and the federal agency, FEMA, on making sure that we have all of the processes and paperwork in order to eventually receive reimbursement for our city's expenses as it relates to the COVID-19 pandemic. It is clear, though, in reviewing the numbers that we will be presenting here in coming slides, that the main impact to the city of San Bruno will not be our initial expenses related to our response. The ongoing economic issues from potential losses of revenues and variety of sources will be the most significant economic impacts that we will experience. And so I want to make sure that we cover that in a great deal of detail as well going forward. Here's two short charts here that describe the federal government impacts, two of many. The first graph on the left is called the Financial Stress Index. This index takes into consideration credit conditions across the country, market volatility, equity valuations, and access to funding for businesses so that they can gain funding to actually to do more business. What you can see is the stress on the economy has dramatically gone up in the recent month here in March, pretty close to where it was during the financial crisis back in 2009. On the graph on the right, you can see the federal government's balance sheet, and it actually has a spike on the far right in March. The balance sheet change is really indicative of the federal government implementing monetary policy to buy government bonds and other assets in order to add a significant amount of money into the economy. It's their attempt at stimulating the economy substantially. And so they have taken drastic measures in order to stimulate the economy shown on these two graphs. This slide here shows the volatility in the stock market. This shows just two graphs of the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. In the month of March, you can see that there was a substantial drop in both of these stock markets, but as you can see, it kind of rebounded very slightly. This is data as of April 10th, so you can see just a great deal of volatility is sort of the main takeaway on this slide. Moving on, this graph represents the change in American spending patterns as it relates to debit and credit card transactions over the past few months. As you can see, the rate of change in grocery purchases has substantially increased pretty much immediately following the shelter-in-place order in the state of California. And then it actually has sort of come down a little bit, maybe implying that there was a drastic increase immediately following, and some spending patterns are maybe starting to level out a little bit. You can see a substantial decline in spending across entertainment, restaurants, transportation, shopping, and travel. And so we will be sort of monitoring this closely so that we can understand better changes in the sales tax and sort of purchasing activity going on within the city of San Bruno, so that we can better project our sales tax and other business license tax revenue, for example, going forward. This graph here shows the number of layoffs for permanent employees that occurred over the past year. And this graph does not show any significant change that occurred in layoffs for permanent employees in the United States in the month of March. But this following graph actually shows a fairly large increase for temporary staff in the United States that experienced a layoff or furloughs during the month of March. You'll see this trend is very consistent with what is going on in the state of California as well. This graph here shows the United States unemployment rate for the past 90 years. And what you can see here during the month of March into the early part of April, the United States unemployment rate has reached just over 17%. And that is higher than it's been since the Great Depression back in the late 1920s. And so we don't yet know if this rate will continue to increase, but again, we will monitor it. And this is a very similar rate that you'll see for California going forward. This graph here shows you just the last 15 years of what the change in the unemployment rate has been in the United States, again, showing the closest unemployment rate over the past 15 years being the 10% that was experienced during the Great Recession back in 2009, 2010. So moving on, speaking more about labor economic trends, This graph here shows the number of unemployment insurance claims that have been filed in the United States over the past year. And as you can see, it was a fairly steady volume up until the pandemic hit and the shelter-in-place orders took effect. And in last week alone, there were just over 6.6 million unemployment insurance claims that were filed in that 1 week alone. Sort of pivoting from unemployment economic indicators for a moment, let's now shift to changes that are occurring in property and real estate economics. This graph here shows the mortgage rate change for a 30-year fixed conforming loan over the past 8 years. And what it shows you recently, and over the past couple years actually, the rates have been steadily coming down and then have pretty drastically come down in the most recent few weeks leading up to and including into the pandemic as well. Along those lines, the opposite trend you can see here for folks that are wanting to refinance their primary loans on their residences. The number of people that are wanting to do that and take advantage of those low rates has drastically gone up. And you can see this chart here on the right. It's substantially higher than the peak that is seen in the United States economy over the past 8 years. So those trends may continue into the near future. So now I want to shift into speaking about economic indicators that are specific to the state of California, given the groundwork that we've laid in talking about some of the indicators in the United States. So the first table I'd like to present here are some high-level sales tax revenue projections and the changes quarter over quarter and what is expected to occur in California next fiscal year. This table lists the sales tax revenues that are generated in the 6 or 7 major industries in the state, ranging from automobile and transportation sales to building and construction, food and drug, fuel, general consumer goods, restaurants, and so on and so forth. So from the beginning of the calendar year of 2019 into the calendar year, quarter one of calendar year 2020, you can see that many of these industries had already been experiencing a decline in sales tax revenue. But moving into quarter two of calendar year 2020, which is the quarter that we're in right now, it is anticipated that most of these industries will experience a significant amount of sales tax revenue decline. The highest ones being automobile and transportation, restaurants and hotels, and general consumer goods. And then the far right column shows you the percent change going into next fiscal year. So staff is reviewing this data with our sales tax consultant, and so we're doing our due diligence to articulate what the revised sales tax projection will be for the city of San Bruno in this current fiscal year, and it will likely decline into our fiscal year 2021, given these forecast assumptions for the entire state of California. It's important to note here that we here in the city of San Bruno do have a number of these businesses in our city for auto and transportation. We have a couple car dealerships, and we have a significant amount of retail activity in Tan Fran, Town Center, Bay Hill, and San Mateo Avenue, and a number of restaurants. So now moving into employment indicators in the state of California. This graph is similar to what we saw in the United States, with not really seeing a significant change in permanent layoffs occurring in the state of California. But what you can see is that there is a significant increase for temporary workers in the state of California, again, similar to what was shown in the United States graph. It's interesting to see what sectors of the economy are experiencing higher layoffs compared to others. And as you can see on this graph, the most significant number of layoffs have occurred in accommodation and food industries, with arts, entertainment, and manufacturing kind of coming in far, far below what is being shown. This graph right here shows which regions of the state have experienced the highest number of layoffs. And as you can see, Southern California to date has been hit the hardest. They have experienced far more layoffs, again, probably given the size of their population and the diversity of their industries have actually been hit the hardest, with the Bay Area coming in after Southern California. Moving on to California's unemployment rate, again, it's very similar to what is being experienced nationwide at around 17%, higher than what was at the Great Recession about 10 years ago. You can see the state's unemployment insurance claims. Also, this graph mirrors the United States in total. Last week, there was just under 1 million unemployment claims filed in the state of California. Kind of thinking beyond the initial impact of the shelter in place to unemployment and temporary workforce that have been laid off or put on furlough, there are a number of different jobs that are considered to be at risk for potential furlough or layoff due to the shelter in place orders. And you can see on this graph that those types of jobs range from, again, in the accommodation and food industries to retail, arts and entertainment, wholesale manufacturing. There are a number of industries that could potentially be impacted through the shelter-in-place orders continuing. Moving on to California property trends. This graph shows the weekly home listings throughout the state of California. And as you can see, there is a drop that occurred in the winter months, which is more seasonal in nature and which is definitely expected at time of year. But as you can see, it's substantially dropped coming into the month of March, which is not typical for this time of year. This graph here shows the percent change of daily home showings for those properties that are on the market. And again, as you can see, the percent change week over week from the first week of January is substantially less. And the reason why these graphs are important, why we wanted to show those this evening, is that, and you'll see in the coming slides, that staff at this time do not anticipate a reduction in our property taxes at this time, but these indicators suggest that we will likely see a decline in any potential increases to property taxes in the fiscal years to come. And so we will work to evaluate those changes in the upcoming budget as well. So I want to shift now and talk about CalPERS, the public employees pension system that many municipalities across the state use and are members of to pay pension payouts for retirees. So the COVID-19 pandemic and the economic losses that many companies have experienced hits CalPERS pretty significantly, because a vast majority of CalPERS's assets that are used to pay out retirees are invested very heavily to make up those payments. And as you can see, the losses that they initially incurred were the greatest that they had experienced since the Great Recession back in 2008. These losses do impact municipalities in a few ways. First, CalPERS is likely to change their discount rate, which is based on the average rate of return that they expect to get on their investments of approximately 7%. And when they lower their discount rate, municipalities are required to pay a higher normal amount, which is an annual operating expense for municipalities, and the amount of the municipality's unfunded accrued liability increases as well. So let me just dive into that in a little bit more detail in the next few slides here. This graph shows the history over the past 20 years of what CalPERS's investment returns have been. And as you can see, for a majority of these years, all but 4 of them, they experienced positive and fairly high returns on their investments. But as you can see, in the years where the economy experienced a recession, CalPERS also experienced negative investment returns. This table here shows what happens to the overall CalPERS investment fund when the investment rate of return that's targeted at 7% is not met. And so if you look at the miscellaneous plan, which represents most of the City of San Bruno employees, when CalPERS has an investment return of 7% on their investments, the entire portfolio is funded at just over 73%. But when the discount rate is reduced and their investment returns are decreased, the value of the entire portfolio drops from 73% to 68% when it achieves 0%, and then it goes down further. And so again, the impact of that is municipalities have to contribute more to make up the difference. And that's really depicted here on this graph. This graph here shows what are the potential employer contributions into CalPERS to make up the required contributions. So for the city of San Bruno, if the 7% discount rate is what is required, that's that blue line on the bottom. But when the CalPERS investment portfolio doesn't achieve a 7% rate of return, the city of San Bruno and all other municipalities across the state are required to pay more proportionately to make up that difference. In the fiscal year 1920 budget, the city of San Bruno pays just over $10 million in total to CalPERS. That covers both our normal cost per payroll and also the portion of our unfunded accrued liability. And that if CalPERS reduces their discount rate, the amount that the city of San Bruno would have to pay to CalPERS would increase. And that will be something that staff will evaluate and analyze and present to the city council during the upcoming fiscal year 2021 budget cycle. And so with that, I will turn it back over to the city manager to talk in more detail about local economic indicators and the impact on the current fiscal year.
Thank you, Keith. So why don't we talk, bring it down to what we are experiencing and are likely to experience. I think the first thing is we don't know how long we'll be in this. From all the charts that Keith just went through, we certainly have a significant spike nationally and statewide and stress on the economy and unemployment. The question is how long will that last? And when we look at history, really the only thing higher was the Great Depression. And so we really need to be very cognizant of our financial situation and understand that we are in a new paradigm financially. And I think as everyone that has listened to the news cycle over the last 48 hours has heard that there's a lot of work being done to study how do we return our economy to pre-COVID-19 levels. What does that mean? How is that done? And so as those plans are developed statewide and with our local county health officer, that will impact our revenue. One of the things that we certainly know is that whenever the shelter-in-place order is over, it will likely be over before we have a vaccine that is widely available and in use. And so there will likely be a slow recovery to the economy and a slow progression to how people feel when they want to go out and be in public and go to the malls and things of that nature. And so that is all underpinning all the analysis that we and everyone else is running right now. We know that there's a significant impact on our small businesses and our non-essential businesses are closed. But also a number of our essential businesses, some are deciding to close now, and some have had their revenue significantly decreased, even though they are essential. And our restaurants are a classic example of that. And so a lot of work is being done to see can restaurants be open with very limited in-room dining, but no word on that right now. And we all know our major retail centers, the city is in constant contact with the owners of Tan Fran and the on-site property managed, as well as Town Center, and doing a lot of work working with the Chamber of Commerce. And also no hotel occupancy, which is going to significantly impact what we like to refer to as TOT, transient room occupancy tax, but it's casually referred to as the hotel room tax. And we're likely to see these reductions for some time to come. So let's talk about impact on the city's budget. Quick overview of revenues. So these slides should be fairly familiar to the City Council and the public or anyone that watches our budget presentations. First one is on our revenues. The vast majority of our revenue is property tax and sales tax. Property tax at 24%, sales tax at 16%. And as the finance director mentioned, property tax likely more stable than sales tax, and our transient occupancy tax, but all represent a significant portion. And then when we look at expenditures, more than 50% of our general fund expenditures are for police and fire, protecting the community. That is not atypical among other agencies, with the rest of the departments making up that, and a significant amount going to our community development department that supports development. And our community services department, which is actually the third highest, that runs all of our recreation programs, senior programs, and library programs as well. And so let's talk a little bit of a comparison to other cities. I won't spend a lot of time on this slide. This slide is being shown to just show how we stack up in our total revenue compared to other cities. The largest sort of portion there is other revenue, which is a summary of a number of categories that were on the prior slide for San Bruno. But most importantly, I just want us to realize that every city will be impacted differently. And it really depends on the relative proportion of your revenue sources. So for us here, we have about 7% of our revenue that comes from transient occupancy tax, our hotel room tax. But Burlingame, for example, has about 46%, and that's shown by the blue bar. I just tried to use my laser pointer, but we're virtual, so that didn't work. But also sales tax. 16% of our city revenues are sales tax. In some cities that's smaller, like Millbrae, but in other cities that's larger. And so our unique impact with the revenue streams that we're producing are really going to be reflective of our portfolio of revenues. And I just want to make that point that we can't always look to what's happening in another city, because their context may very well be different and their reserves may very well be different. The next slide just shows our per capita revenue. We've seen this before, but it just shows where we fall relative to a per capita or per person comparison. And we know that relatively, San Bruno receives less revenue than other cities. And the reasons for that, a number of the other cities have experienced more economic development over the last 20 years and have a different revenue base than ours. But sort of in some of our neighboring cities and the other larger cities in the county, we do, on a per person basis, receive less revenue, and that's part of our reality, and a reality that I think the council and the community knows that we need to address so we can better fund services in our facilities. The next slide here just shows a quick overview of our general fund for the prior year and the current year, only showing this to remind the public and the council that we have had deficits before, we have solved them before, and we are entering a point where we have to be very cognizant with our revenues and adjust our expenditures. And the city council really did an amazing job reducing the deficit this year. And that deficit of $325,000 was paid for by one-time money. And so it was one-time money for one-time expenditures. And so it wasn't an ongoing budgetary deficit, but it was using some accumulated fund balance that we had, essentially money in the city savings account, to make one-time improvements. The other point of this slide is that know that our general fund is $50 million in round numbers. So as we begin to talk about revenue shortfalls, think of 50 million as 5% is 10. 5 million is 10%, which is a significant amount of our general fund to potentially be down around 10%. So let's step into a few more slides on what our mid-year shortfall is. So the council and members of the public may remember that we took a mid-year shortfall of 4.2 million just in the month of February. And we solved the vast majority of that through a number of strategies. But that mid-year shortfall, about $300,000 was related to a decline in sales tax for the current fiscal year. Not exclusively, but largely attributed to the closure of Sears, which had a direct impact in our sales tax that we would receive this year and ongoing. So the impact of that will be larger in the following fiscal year because we will have a full fiscal year. It's worth noting that we continue to be in close contact with the owner of that property, Heritage, and they do have a wonderful reuse plan that they are developing, but that is a long game, not a short game. A motor vehicle in lieu fee, we were down 1.1 million. We have some good news that we will not be down that much, and so that'll come up a little bit later, but that's due to a number of school districts countywide switching their funding status to basic aid. Business license tax, mid-year we were down 700,000. That is not exclusively, but largely related to the closure of the Sky Park property off airport parking facility on San Mateo Avenue that closed. We are in close communications and working with the current owner of that property as well as their local representatives. And they are developing a reuse plan. But again, that will take several years potentially to rise itself and to potentially return itself to the revenue that we were experiencing. And so that is a long game, but not a short game for the reuse of that property. Again, that airport parking facility closed due to changes in their market with how the San Francisco airport has built a number of on-airport parking facilities and the advent of ride sharing sort of reducing the profitability and viability of that business. And then we had a $2 million reduction in building permit fees due to a few delayed projects that are delayed but not occurring. So that's a timing issue. But we had a $4.2 million gap. We solved 3.7 of that, and we held back on solving about 500,000 until we had better information. But we delayed a number of capital projects, so $2.7 million worth of capital projects were delayed. We delayed hiring some vacant positions. We reduced some operating costs. We reduced our allocation to our equipment reserve, and we used some money in what can be referred to as the city's savings account, our unappropriated fund balance. Next, I want to talk a little bit about what the impacts in the current fiscal year are when we really combine three things: the mid-year shortfall, COVID-19, and our vehicle license fee revenue adjustment, which is a bit of a bright news in this whole financial portrait. And so I'll go over the high level, and then our finance director will come back and give some details, and then I'll step back up. So when we look at the revenue loss, so we have put together our estimate for what it means to the city of San Bruno with looking at what we know we're experiencing, which is a shelter in place through May 3rd. What that means for the rest of this fiscal year, we've projected out, assuming that even if the shelter in place is lifted, there would be a significant slow ramp up in the May through June months of retail and hotel occupancy. And so our best projection is that we're down $3 million in revenue loss, and that's TLT, transit hotel room tax, that's sales tax from all of our non-essential businesses being closed and some of the essential businesses being closed, a significant amount. We're also reduced the number of operating expenditures due to the shelter in place, so we're not running some programs, so that is a savings. While we have a number of part-time staff that would have supported those programs that are not working. In addition, there are some ins and outs here because we have limited our operations to only essential services. That really affects things that we can do, and there are some budgetary savings that we can realize. And so that's a total of $680,000. But then we also have a projected expense of $341,000 for our work to address the direct impact of COVID-19. A large portion of that is supplies and equipment and some staff costs. And so what that means is that we believe that the impact to current year budget as a result of COVID-19 is $2.6 million. And so there's a number of components when we total everything up. And so when the next slide up sort of brings it all together. One beginning with the mid-year. So we had a $4.2 million shortfall at the beginning of the mid-year. We implemented about $3.7 million of strategies, which left $500,000 remaining from that mid-year shortfall that we were going to talk about at our third quarter presentation, which was due in the month of May. And so we will still have that. And then when we look at the $2.7 million that we're impacted by due to the general fund impact on COVID-19, and the bright spot here is that we did just yesterday receive updated information on our vehicle license fee from the county. And thankfully, there was an adjustment made to every city in the county. And our portion of that means that we will receive $900,000 more than we're projecting. And so good news is that what was looking like a $3.2 million deficit is now a $2.3 million deficit, but that's the bad news. And so we need to work to address that and develop strategies. And so we are literally in the process of doing that. Tonight's presentation is really to provide the City Council and the public with the analysis that has been done to date. And we will be back before the City Council with strategies very shortly. So right now I'm going to pause and turn it over back to our Finance Director, who will go into a little bit more detail of what these impacts are, and then I will come back up to talk further.
Thank you very much, Javon. And so I will just walk through in a little bit more detail the high-level financial impacts related to COVID-19 on the City of San Bruno, starting first with our revenues. And so as the City Manager indicated, we will be experiencing some revenue impacts in a variety of our revenue sources, primarily from sales tax, transient occupancy tax, and various departmental revenues. At this time, we are not projecting any decrease in our property tax revenue or business license tax revenue. And I want to go into detail and explain that for this current fiscal year. But it is likely that we will experience some decline in those revenue sources in the coming fiscal year. So this table summarizes, it lists the components that make up the $3 million projected revenue reduction that staff is projecting in this current fiscal year. And as you can see, the greatest portion of that $3 million revenue reduction comes from reduced sales tax revenue. The next largest is our transient occupancy tax. It's more commonly known as the hotel tax. And then you can see the other reductions coming from departmental revenues in community services, building permit fee revenue, and the police department for parking fines and other reimbursements. So I'd like to step through each one of these in just a little bit of detail to explain the methodology and the assumptions and projections that staff use to develop each one of these individually. So first, starting with property tax. Again, to reiterate, staff is not projecting any reduction in our property tax revenue in the current fiscal year. The property tax installment for the second installment to the county was delayed from April 10th as the initial due date to May 4th. The Board of Supervisors in San Mateo County authorized that just recently without any penalties being issued on May 4th. Staff is anticipating that there will be some sluggish property tax revenue and a potential decline in coming years, potentially based on some historical data in recent recessions and just less new construction activity and home sales on prior economic indicator slides. There may also be potential reassessments of properties if the values of them have declined recently as well. This graph here shows the total assessed valuation of all properties in the City of San Bruno. And it does show, on average, an increase sort of annually, year over year. But what it does show is that in the two recent recessions that had occurred over the past 26 years, it does show a decline in assessed valuation immediately following those recessions and for a few years thereafter. And that's a little bit more clearly depicted on this graph, which shows the annual change of the assessed values of all the properties in San Bruno. And immediately following 9/11, you can see that there was a recession and that property values declined just over 12% from the prior year when that recession hit. And then as you can see with the Great Recession that occurred just about 10 years ago, that there was a leveling off that occurred with property values. And that was actually followed by 2 years of property value decline before it started slowly and gradually rising a few years after that. So although the city of San Bruno is not at this time projected to reduce its property tax revenue at this time, it may actually incur reduced property tax revenue in a few years from now, depending on the length and the depth of the recession that could follow. So now I'd like to talk about sales tax. This pie chart here shows the proportional share of the sales tax revenue by industry within the city of San Bruno. And so the main takeaway on this slide is that some of the major portions of our sales tax revenue come from industries that unfortunately were hit very hard from the shelter-in-place order. And that includes automobile and transportation sales, restaurants and hotels, and general consumer goods. Those sectors were hit substantially during the shelter-in-place order. This pie chart here shows the proportional share of the sales tax revenue in the major retail and high sales tax generating geographic areas within the city of San Bruno. As you can see, the area that generates the most sales tax revenue comes from the transit corridor area, and that does include San Mateo Avenue. The next is from Tan Fran, others scattered throughout the city limits, and then Town Center is at 19%. And again, most of these high volume retail and other sales tax generating operations have either closed completely or have some reduced operation because of the shelter-in-place order. Again, this graph shows about the same. Just the main takeaway on this chart showing our sales tax by major industry again is that the industries that are hit the hardest from the shelter-in-place order are those industries that the city of San Bruno relies on to generate sales tax revenue. So there were a few state of California executive orders from the governor that impact the state and municipal governments within the state to realize that sales tax revenue. The state of California enacted a deferral program of up to potentially $3 billion statewide, and that provides relief to over 300,000 businesses that are able to potentially defer their sales tax remittances to the state, which then would delay the state redistributing that sales tax revenue back down to municipalities. And for the city of San Bruno, that amount is about $720,000 potentially in the current fiscal year. There is also another program that provides specific relief to small businesses, and it allows them to defer up to $50,000 of remitting their sales tax to the state for up to 12 months. And the impact of that on the city of San Bruno is just over $320,000. It's also anticipated that there may be some new buying habits for consumers out there, and that is sort of to be determined how that might impact our sales tax revenue. So overall, as I mentioned earlier, we have some areas of the city that are hit harder than others. It's potential that there will be a sort of a slow ramp up in sales tax activity in June into July into the rest of calendar year 2020. And overall, the projected revenue loss, as the city manager said earlier, is about $1.1 million. And at this time, the projected revenue reduction into next fiscal year is just over 4%. But again, we will continue to evaluate and analyze that data to come up with a firm sales tax revenue projection for fiscal year 2021. The next revenue source that's anticipated to have a reduction in the current year is our transient occupancy tax. And the assumptions here are that there was very, very little occupancy occurring in San Bruno hotels in the second half of March, and that will continue into April and May with a gradual slow ramp up starting in June and into July. And so the net impact of the lack of occupancy in those hotels results in approximately $635,000 of lost TOT revenue for the city of San Bruno. Moving on to business license tax. At this time, the city is not anticipating any lost revenue from business license tax. That's primarily due to the annual recertification program for businesses occurring at the beginning of the fiscal year. So we recognize most of that revenue in July. Staff will be analyzing the potential impacts of the shelter-in-place order and any impact to businesses' gross receipts, that is the basis for the tax, into the upcoming fiscal year's budget in 2021. But again, at this time, we are not projecting any lost revenue in business license tax. So now moving on to departmental revenue. The first department I'd like to present is our community services department, which includes our recreation programs, the senior center, the library, and parks. As the city manager indicated earlier, most of our programs, not all of them, in recreation, aquatics, sports, classes, senior center programs have all been delayed, are postponed right now. They're not occurring, and we are not able to recognize any revenue from those programs. Also, with the reduction of revenue, we will experience some reduced costs because many of those programs are not occurring. The net projected impact on the city's budget, the net loss from all of those activities, is about $72,000. Moving on to our Community and Economic Development Department, which is the department that reviews planning applications and building permits. The governor's order significantly reduced the type and the volume of building and construction activity that is allowed to occur, and really only limited to essential activities. This will result in staff only being able to review essential building permits and conduct inspections on those as well. Planning applications are still being accepted, and a few of the large development projects that are already in the pipeline, such as YouTube Phase 1 and Mills Park, are still proceeding without delays. But the net impact of the reduced permit volumes is projected to be around $326,000 in the current fiscal year. And then the last departmental impact comes from our police department. There are fewer community service officers that are not issuing parking tickets and other citations at this time, and we do have some reduced security services that the department provides as well. So there's a loss of revenue there, but that's also partially offset from some savings that the department is anticipating in reduced part-time salaries, reduced overtime expenses, equipment, and uniforms. And so the net impact on the police department is a loss of about $179,000. So now I just summarized the impacts to the city's general fund, but I'd like to take a moment to talk about the new district sales tax that was actually just implemented on April 1st, more commonly known as Measure G, that the voters of San Bruno voted to approve back in November of 2019. So the voters approved of a half-cent sales tax measure that increased the sales tax up to 9.75%. That sales tax rate took effect on April 1st, so just a few weeks ago. And it was initially projected that the revenue generated from that additional tax would generate approximately $4 million annually. And so because the rate took effect on April 1st, that represents about 3 months worth of activity. The projection was about $1 million that would likely come in from that revenue source. As council might recall, that amount was not budgeted. We did not budget that revenue source to really make sure that we understand the timing and the frequency of that revenue coming in. And so there's no budget loss because that was actually not budgeted. But it is important to note that the revised projection for fiscal year 1920 for 3 months of activity has been brought down to $150,000, down from $1 million. And so that's just fewer Measure G dollars that can be used for a variety of different services and projects. So now I'll like to shift gears from talking about revenue, and now let's talk about expenditures. And so as the city manager indicated, there are a number of additional expenditures that the city has incurred that is directly related to the city's response efforts related to COVID-19. So on this slide right here, it summarizes the types of expenses that have already been incurred. And that ranges from staff costs, primarily overtime, and the paying of many of our part-time employees their scheduled time. But then other non-salary items include the purchase of a variety of different personal protective equipment to ensure that the city's staff is safe performing their jobs. We've also had to procure a number of cleaning supplies to ensure that our facilities are clean and disinfected, some IT equipment to ensure that we're communicating effectively with the public and that our emergency operations are running efficiently, and a few other expenses. So that totals just under $180,000 of expenses that have been incurred to date. So with the expenses incurred to date, staff has developed a projection of what is anticipated to be spent for the entire fiscal year on COVID-19 response efforts, and that projection brings us to just over $340,000. It's important to note here that staff is working very closely with state and federal agencies on ensuring that we do receive the maximum amount of reimbursement for the expenses that we have incurred. And there's a couple differences that you might notice on this slide. Staff is accurately tracking all of our staff time of the more than 80 employees that have currently dedicated time to response efforts. That time, although not paid as overtime, a majority of that time is potentially reimbursable. So we are doing our best to track all of those expenses to ensure that we can achieve the maximum reimbursement from the state and federal sources. As I said, we're working with our federal and state agencies, and the reimbursement process, we will provide updates to City Council over the life of this event and for the many months to come. About 75% of the expenses that are deemed allowable are potentially reimbursable, and staff will work closely with City Council and these agencies to ensure that we move through all those processes. We will also continue to explore any federal grant opportunities that may be out there to support our efforts, and then also look to see if there's any insurance that we might be able to leverage for business interruption for our losses of revenues as well. And so with that, I will turn it back over to our city manager to talk about our reserve funds and then a review of the budget cycle here to come.
All right, thank you, Keith. And so let's talk a little bit about reserves, because in times like this, that's why you have reserve funds. The city has a number of reserve funds. First of which is what we call our fund balance. We have a policy of $1.5 million. We began this fiscal year, the 19-20 fiscal year, with that very last column on the right, a little bit over $2 million in that fund. We had a general fund reserve of 12.7. We had a capital reserve of 5.3, an emergency disaster reserve fund of $23 million on the books. The story, as the City Council knows, in raw cash is a lot different, and that is a part of our reality that we have to take a hard swallow and realize. And so our total general fund reserve, as shown on the prior slide and at the top of this slide, is $23.5 million. However, since about 2008, the city's City Net Services Department, now titled, or currently titled City Net Services, previously titled the Cable Fund, has utilized the city's reserve to cover annual deficits and capital expenditures. And so in real dollars, just under $16 million, or $15.7 million has been spent. And so the cash balance in our general fund reserve fund right now is $7.7 million. And I'll pause there because we had a little hiccup that I want to apologize publicly to council and to the community about with regard to City Net Services over really beginning April 1. But the public and our members of the public that utilize City Net Services saw a pre-planned rate increase that took effect April 1st. And many of them have been wondering why was this rate increase instituted. And the answer is on the screen before you. It's because the department over the last more than 10 years has used, since 2008, has not covered its costs, and it's an enterprise fund. And we have been subsidizing the rates. And so the last time the rates were increased was 2007. We developed a plan over a number of months to increase rates, and then communicated that. But the hard truth of that is that the communication was not sufficient. There was a notice on the March bill, there was a notice put on the website, and there was a notice on the April bill, and all were insufficient, and a number of members of our community saw that rate increase without prior warning, and so I want to apologize for that. But we have taken steps to right that enterprise. As the City Council knows, we developed a business plan that really hinges on the fiber to the home project, but also hinges on the first thing you do when you find yourself in a hole is stop digging. And so we've done a number of things, including renegotiating contracts, making channel selection changes to make sure that enterprise can cover its costs, because we cannot continue to let the enterprise use the city's reserve fund to cover its annual deficits. And in times like this, we need that cash to protect the community. And so we did develop a plan before COVID-19, but unfortunately that was not well communicated, and we are rectifying that. As we speak, staff is working to develop new communication tools and working on some customers that did receive a number of stacked rate increases because they participate or subscribe to a number of premium packages. We're going to cap those on the higher level plans to a maximum increase of $25. And so that will be formally announced and rolled out. But we're running an enterprise that provides cable entertainment and also access to the internet. And we have a long-term strategy to right that. And unfortunately, the rate increases hit right as the community was going through COVID-19. So our total reserve, when we account for that cable or city net services deficit that is currently a loan, and we include our other funds, is $11.8 million. And so that is the cash on hand that we have to address the current economic downturn. I think likely we're all going to look back in March and realize we're already in a recession, but no one's calling it officially a recession, so I should not. And so what are our budget strategies and next steps? They're being formulated. And so the strategies we're looking at are listed. I'll go through a few of them. What I want to say is over the last 4 or 5 days, I've had video calls with all of our departments where all of our employees were on it. The reality is the economic impact to San Bruno is going to mean that our organization may look a little different. The services we provide to the community may look a little different. We've done a lot of analysis like other cities have, and so everyone is stepping into this slowly. Frankly, we'll know more in 2 weeks than we know today. We really need to know when the economy restarts. We know enough now to know that in the current fiscal year, we're looking at significant revenue loss. And we are prepared for that, and with the analysis that is being provided to the council and the community, what comes after that are the strategies. And so potentially service level reductions, potentially deferring additional capital projects, looking at shared staff resources, holding vacant positions. The organization knows that while we have some vacant positions now, those are being reviewed with extreme scrutiny, and we will likely not move forward with a number of those. We are identifying ways to utilize our reserve funds, knowing that given their levels, we cannot rely on them exclusively, but utilizing a portion of those, potentially utilizing some of the Measure G revenue, even though that has gone down from $1 million projected this fiscal year to $150,000. We will also likely start formally talking to our bargaining groups and look at some other strategies that this list may very well get longer. So our projection, we're refining the projections. We will come to the City Council with a third quarter update on May 12th. We may also return sooner than that as more information is developed and strategies become a little clearer. And we will absolutely need to seek City Council approval for a number of them, changes to our expenditures, use of the reserve, use of both the regular and the emergency reserve, Measure G, and any other things that may be on the list. And so budget prep, before we go there, we wanted to talk about our comprehensive fiscal sustainability project. And so while some members of the public may be tuning in to this presentation and without the benefit of some of our prior budget conversations, we have an existing comprehensive fiscal sustainability project that we launched in November 2018, really as a minimum of a 24-month project to restore our fiscal health. Frankly, that is under revision now because of the impact of COVID-19. And so we're analyzing the current and immediately projectable economic impacts, and we're going to adjust this year's budget as well as next. And we've taken a number of steps, and I think the City Council and the community should be proud of the organization for everything that has been done to get us to this point now. But we have to adjust on the fly, retool the project, and deal with what has been placed before us. And so a little bit of this has been touched on, but by the Finance Director, Measure G, that took effect on April. We have a fee study project that the study session for that has been delayed, but will come back to the City Council. And then we are also, as a community and the council knows, exploring additional revenue sources. We had prior direction from the City Council to look into a potential increase in our hotel room tax, also called the transient occupancy tax. And from our budget conversations last fiscal year, we know that our stormwater fund has some significant funding challenge, and we've been looking at ways to prop that up. This is our budget calendar. We launched internally with our city departments on May 21st. This is sort of truncated. A lot of work happened in February and March. But right now, we are scheduling our City Council priorities and strategic initiatives meeting that was planned for March, but was delayed due to our response to COVID-19. And so I think based on the responses, we're looking at next Tuesday, April 21st, not the 24th. And then we have a number of conversations and meetings in April, late April, May, and June, in order as we step toward the City Council's adoption of the budget in time for July 1 of next fiscal year. Challenges, as we all know, sort of lingering and sluggish economic recovery, and it'll likely require a number of things that we've talked about. Next steps, we're going to continue to collaborate with our county officials as we all respond to COVID-19 and the long-term recovery plan. The long-term plan to step out of the shelter in place is actively being put together, and a number of people here at the City of San Bruno are working on that and thinking locally. We'll continue to modify what's called our COOP, our continuity of operation. Continue to develop our contingency of operations plan for public safety and our other city departments. We'll continue to monitor and assess programming. I think public knows that at this point, recreation programs, senior programs, and library programs are not occurring. And we're making those decisions about programs that will occur in the summer months as we need to, as more information becomes available. And so we're not announcing any major changes right now to what's planned in the summer, but we know enough to know that they will not likely look like they did in prior summers. And so that's it. That is the closure of our presentation. I guess 101 slides. So thank you. It doesn't include Roseanne Strauss's few slides. But council, that's all we have as far as a formal presentation. Keith and I are here and ready to take any questions you have. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you both to the manager and to the finance director. And so let's bring it to council. Also, I want to give an opportunity for anybody in the public who also may want to have input too. With it a little after 9, why don't we go ahead and start with Marty, and if anybody from the community wishes to, if you could start to raise your hand, and then we can maybe bring you in after in case you need to depart. So Marty.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for that 101-page slide deck. It's a lot of information. It's a lot of this is incredible amount of effort, and it's going to be hard to get through, but I'm sure we're going to do it. So I have a couple comments and suggestions. The first comment is regarding COVID-19 testing. I, along with the mayor and our other council members, are on these countywide calls. They're at 3 times a week, and we repeatedly hear that we need more testing. Well, San Bruno doesn't test. That's the county is taking the lead on that. And it's gotten to a point where, because of lack of personnel, lack of PPE, lack of test kits, that it's not moving as fast as we all would like it to across the county and across the state, to the point where the governor is trying to figure it out as well. So I wanted to address that because so many people are talking about the need for testing. My question now is regarding the homeless. If we are going to allow them to shelter in place, should we not be providing porta potties, hand washing stations, maybe even some dumpsters, so that it doesn't get out of hand, and that at the very least, those that are in that condition, they can help protect themselves by washing their hands and going to the restroom in a porta potty instead of, around the corner on a bush. Mr. Mayor, do you want me to continue on? I have 2 more, or should we wait for the answers? Or
no, go ahead, Martin.
Okay.
That's good. And so, because whatever the answer comes back, some of us may want to piggyback on some of the things.
Got it. Great. The other thing is we're either myself and on social media, we're seeing people that are not practicing safe social distancing. So what is the appropriate thing that somebody should do if they go by and see a bunch of kids playing at a ball field? I saw it the other day where the kids, like kids do, you jump a fence if it's locked, right? So is there a number? Is the police dispatch? It's definitely not 911. What additional efforts are we doing to try to help advise our residents of that and to actually enforce it? And then my recommendation regarding getting the information to our business owners is if we could put together a video. The video that have the production of the videos that have been going out are excellent. And it's something that we could refer people to a YouTube channel that has that information, so that all that could be repeated and stop and replayed for people to understand better, and also to have it in other languages, that you could just have the information dubbed on top of that. So those are my comments. Thank you very much for that presentation. It was a lot to take, and this is a little overwhelming, but I'm sure we're going to get through it. So thank you.
Sure.
Ron?
Sure. We are in unprecedented times. I think to step through your questions, as far as the suggestions on ways to provide additional information to the community and the business community, our PIL team, I know, is watching and has noted that, and we'll take that back. In regard to enforcement, enforcement is a tough thing, right? To enforce means to bring people in close contact with another person or many other people, and what we are trying to do and everything that we are doing is to disassociate ourselves and not to put our employees at risk to provide enforcement. I think if we want to step back globally, everything we are doing is on education and voluntary enforcement. or voluntary compliance. And I think countywide, citywide, people are remarkably complying for their own safety and for the safety of other individuals. I think that we have a number of unique instances, businesses that were operating and specific contact was made and to educate them on the order. We do not have the resources for people to call 911 every time they see a group of kids at the park. I think our best resource to have conformance is for everyone to take responsibility for themselves and their families, and everyone to articulate that to people they love. I think nationally we have seen that sometimes younger people are not believing the statistics, and so we have to do everything we can to continue to communicate that. And when our officers that are out see people, they do remind them of the order, but to tell the public to call 911 when you see people gathering together, we don't know if they're in the same household. And so we've had a number of calls like that, frankly, already, where people see a number of people walking together at the park. And so we don't want to encourage people to call 911 when they see a group of people together because they very well may be in the same household. I think we have to continue to remind people that we're doing this for our own safety and the safety of others. And we know that people are dying and people are asymptomatic, and that's reality. In regard to homeless and sheltering in place, I should probably clarify that we are not going to simply allow homeless encampment to be and have the negative quality of life impacts. We have stepped up our cleaning of them, and we will address any issues of criminality, and if anything gets to the point where there needs to be a forced eviction. However, the CDC guidance and the guidance from the county is to not move people because it's not in the interest of public health. And so we are complying with that like other jurisdictions within our county and across the Bay Area. And other parts of the country, because the CDC is a federal organization and they do have guidance to all municipalities. In regards to providing additional support to homeless encampments, all of those items that you mentioned are being looked into. There are triggers for doing that comes with a financial cost, but we are looking at all of that.
Just one more thing, Mr. Mayor. I do want to thank our city manager for acknowledging CityNet services information. I think that's really important it's a fresh air to be able to take responsibility, and we're going to fix that. So I wanted to thank you for that. That's it.
Thank you, Marty. And Melissa, do we have anybody so far? Just not no. Okay. Just want to follow up just something on, if it's okay, then because I don't see any of their hands up right this second. Then we'll go to Laura. Is on the testing. That is something that was, has been brought up, like you said. And I had reached out to Jackie Spears' office last week just to check into other elements because somebody said, Hayward does have a facility. It's ran through the county, just like ours is ran through the county or with the fairgrounds. It is free, but you are still screened. So you have to have the temperature. You have to answer the questions. You have to be in a risk category. I can tell you that Dr. Charity Dean is now the chair of a task force on testing that the governor established last weekend. It's supposed to be addressing the issues in the supply chain, finding solutions for testing shortfalls, looking to identify more specimen collection sites, and analyzing new laboratory science that is becoming available, ramping up testing by 5 times more capacity. That is something that also is the challenge when I talked to the county manager Monday before the county meeting that Marty referenced. It was again on homeless and testing. But again, it is about the kits, some of the things that Marty alluded to. It's also about the criteria. It's very stringent. It's very strict about who gets to get tested. So what the Congresswoman has been doing, the county has been pushing with the governor's office, which they're now examining it, is how do we broaden that? So how do we have people who take care of individuals? How do we have people who are our grocery store personnel, that they're allowed to have that same mechanism as a public safety personnel. So it is to broaden that horizon so that we can do it, because the fairgrounds in San Mateo are being underutilized. It's been acknowledged, county meetings, been acknowledged, and so we need to vamp that up. But it's also a matter of us trying to be collaborative. I've spoken to the South City Mayor and the Daly City Mayor this weekend, and they don't have sites, nor do they plan to, for the same elements that the county has told us on the county meetings. So I just wanted to touch base since that was fresh in my head on just the testing, and then I'll let Laura, you're next.
Mayor Medina, I did want to clarify, we do have one member of the public with their hand raised, but we also have Councilmember Davis, Vice Mayor Salazar, and Councilmember Mason's hand too.
You're unmuted now. What would you prefer, Laura? You want to go?
I was going to just comment. I do have some comments, but I would really like to hear from the public first.
Okay. Melissa, if you don't mind, colleagues, if you don't mind, it's one person. We'll allow them, please.
Sure. It's either Stephen Seymour or Sandra Perez. I will allow them to talk and unmute them.
Hey, this is Stephen Seymour.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. So I just wanted to follow up on, are you guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good, because I just got a weird screen. But I just want to follow up on what Marty brought up. While the guidance is not to move homeless camps, what Marty mentioned was, are there facilities or like the ability to put a hand wash or porta potty or something where these homeless camps are, so that we can reduce the risk to the general public and also to the people that are in the homeless camps. I can understand if they have said they don't want to seek a room in one of these hotels that we have, but over near 380, right off of El Camino, there's at least 4 or 5 people there, and they have a tent that probably took several days to erect. I'm sure that the people who live nearby have concerns. So that's something that City Manager Jovan did not respond to when Marty asked that. I would be interested in his response to that. And then also I'd like to mention, we've been walking our neighborhood just to get some exercise. And one thing I have noticed is there are many, many, many more people that are blocking the sidewalks and even parked on the sidewalks. And you can look right to the street and see that there are either spaces block the driveways so that they're not blocking the sidewalks, or to actually park on the street. Yet people have decided not to use that now, and I think it's because they know that they're not going to be cited. So I realize that the city's taken a stance that they don't want to cite people because people may have lost their income. But on the other hand, we have people, I believe, who are abusing the system right now, and it's making it difficult for those of us who are walking. This past weekend, and we sent a video to you all, my wife and I witnessed a lady with a stroller who had to walk into the street with 2 children in the stroller because there was somebody. And Mayor Medina, thank you very much for going out there. It's been cleared up. But I do think that that's something that our police department could probably be doing a better job of facilitating, because I believe that people are taking advantage of it right now. Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Thank you for your comments. Laura, you are up next.
Thank you. So I'm glad that City Manager clarified the question on the homelessness. And to Stephen Seymour, I had the exact same comment and question and follow-up that I have as well. I actually looked at the CDC website, and it refers to that if they're not able to find housing for them, which I hope that we can get them into a hotel of some sort, but that we're not to move them for the potential increase in the infectious disease being spread. And like he says, so then what are we doing to provide them? I mean, I think the bottom line is anybody who's on this call today or listening from home, and you have a homeless encampment that gets set up across the street from where you live, and you've got kids out playing or whatever, you don't want it. And so I feel the pain that any resident in San Bruno would feel, that the message we're hearing is, If they set up a homeless encampment, we can't do anything about it. We can't move them. So I'd like to make sure we try to get them moved as soon as possible, because if they're not there now, we shouldn't allow them to come. And if we can't find them a place or not interested in life moves, we work with the county to try to get them a hotel room. And if not, we try to set up the appropriate port potties, etc., so we can keep them contained and sheltered in that location, because I do worry. My next comment would be to Jovan and Keith as well, our city finance director. Excellent presentation. It was a lot of information, but if you didn't get the gist of that things are changing and they're going down a path of actually scary times. I see what we already pay. I think Keith mentioned $10 million to CalPERS. And when they don't receive a 7% return on investment and that number becomes a negative number, we'll be paying an increase in CalPERS for years to come. And the city will be struggling to balance our budget year after year after year. So unfortunately, I know as the rest of the council members, we will start to see some serious cuts, furloughs, which are already happening, cutbacks to times back prior to 2008. It's not moving in a good direction. My other comment is that I want to remind residents that we still can fine. And I know that we have this soft approach that basically says we're notifying them, we're letting them know, we're moving them along, but people are getting fined. There's been a lot of commentary in the last few days about people out of the county going into an area, I'm going grocery shopping, but I live in this county, are getting fined up to $1,000. We know about the college kids at Santa Cruz that were fined in Santa Cruz for heading out to the beach. So, San Mateo County, along with the other 6 counties, did institute that you can fine. I hope that our own residents and people coming into San Bruno can, be responsible citizens and not gather and move on and only come in for essential needs. I really hope push, because that is something that keeps all of us safe and healthy. And then my final comment is, how do we balance a budget going forward? And I guess I just want to leave it at that we need to think differently. We need to think about ways we're doing things and figure out how we can cut back, how we could, offer services we were offering before that maybe are no longer essential. How do we live within our means? And I want to also thank City Manager for commenting on the CityNet services. My phone was blown up this week. It was very frustrating to hear them share their concerns and frustrations, and so we've got to do better. Thank you.
Anything, City Manager, or I'll move on to Mr. Salazar.
A lot of comments. So Laura, thank you. But yeah, this is the budgetary challenge that we're facing is significant, and we will continue to develop solutions to implement them. I think one of the realities that we're facing is that we went into this economic downturn not as healthy as some other cities because we have not had a lot of economic development over the last 20 years. And so we are touching base with a number of developers and owners of properties in town. And the good news is that the reception that we received is positive, and people still view San Bruno, even in a downturn that may last several months, or as somewhere where they would want to do business. And so our planning staff may be at home, but they're busy working. But if it gets any worse, I think we're going to have to accept the fact that we missed a development window and shift our focus to making sure that we can be the first city out of the gate, because we can't tax our way out of this problem. We have to grow ourselves out of this problem. And cuts to the budget will be hard. I think the City Council and those that have watched our budget presentations over the year, or people that are around the city and know the level building maintenance we've been able to do with the depressed resources. It's a challenge, and the cuts will be real. In regard to cable net services, absolutely. The communication on that was not sufficient by any stretch. I know the police department, back to enforcement, is in conversations with the county that did say that citations was not the way that we wanted to go in this county. By and large, though, people are complying, and we need to continue with the positive messaging for people to do that.
Thank you. So first of all, I wanted to thank staff for that report. That was a very detailed and well thought out report, and I also appreciate the candid nature of the news and for not sugarcoating any of it. And it's definitely a lot of sobering and not necessarily positive news in there. Fortunately, I think that this is something that that will be probably more short-lived than the last economic hiccup we saw in past years. So I am hopeful that we're going to get past this quickly, and I want to make sure that we stay focused on the long term and that we not overreact, make too many drastic decisions up front, and really start thinking about this in a broader context. Most of the news look like Northern California is faring a little bit better than Southern California. Layoffs are down. One question I did have on the financial portion of it, we said that we don't expect any significant changes in the property tax for this year. There's still a payment left. It's been deferred. But given the large number of layoffs that are being seen and the potential for people not making those payments, isn't there some potential that we might see a significant impact in that tax revenue?
No, the good news is that the county has said that even though remittance to them will be delayed, they will remit the portions that are due to the cities. And we're on what's called a teeter plan, which is that if someone, for example, does not pay their property tax bill, the county still pays us, and the county has the responsibility to go after the collection of that. And so we are made whole, and the county bears the cost and essentially has the float until they can have the recovery through whatever mechanism is needed. And so what's true this year is that we will be made whole based on our assessed role. As the finance director mentioned, in the long run, and we saw that in all the economic downturns before, there's likely a decrease in assessed value, which has a decrease in tax remittances, thus a decrease in our revenue.
Okay, understood. And then in terms of savings and projected savings, was there any consideration given to reduced utility costs with certain facilities being closed, and fuel costs with part of our fleet being idle? Was that factored into the analysis?
Absolutely. Finance director is nodding yes, yes.
Okay. All right, great. And then also, I definitely support, moving forward on our transit occupancy tax that we had been moving toward anyway. I think when we come out of this, there's going to be a lot of pent-up demand, and it'll probably trickle in, but we want to be well-positioned to take advantage of that when we do start seeing that recovery. I wanted to also ask about the short-term rentals, which I know is something else we kind of had in the queue, and I was wondering if that's something that we're going to be able to move forward with in the next few months.
So absolutely still in queue, honestly delayed because staff has been busy working on addressing COVID-19 and other items, but not lost, and I don't have a timing for when that will be back before the City Council, but still very much extending the transient occupancy tax to short-term rentals is something that we are working on and committed to do.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Linda.
Hey, thank you. Thanks for that that presentation. I just have a couple questions. I don't know if you prefer me to ask and then wait for an answer because they're each different. The first one is the information provided around the homeless is really helpful. I don't think a lot of residents really understand what the process is, because prior to COVID-19, the law had also changed around encampments. And so that legal challenge, or obstacle, I should say, mixed with COVID-19, I think is just a kind of unfettered territory. And so my request is if the city can put together an FAQs that we can post on the website and then we can share on our social media sites so that people understand how the city is addressing homelessness and why we are addressing it in this fashion.
Absolutely. We will work on that. It's also sort of worth noting that there's a point in time count that's done every 2 years. And so the last point in time count, which is a nightly count of homeless individuals in San Bruno, there were 12 homeless individuals in San Bruno on that night. And while that number fluctuates, it's not really off from what we see on a day-to-day basis and what Life Moves, our homeless outreach coordinator, sees. And so the community should know significant outreach has occurred. I've been to just about every encampment, and I know that our staff and our outreach staff know the individuals in those encampments. And so while the number does fluctuate, we have not seen a market increase in homelessness, but what we have seen are some of the encampments get a little bit worse, and a number of residents that are sort of out walking. A ton of people are out walking, and they're seeing it a lot more prevalently, and so we are getting those calls, and we'll work on information to communicate how we address homelessness, because you're right, the public doesn't always know all work that goes into that.
And also that we don't, I mean, these encampments, if it's 12 people and, you know, we say we're working on it and there's a time frame, then we at least have an idea, but we don't have an idea of how long this COVID-19 shelter in place is going to last. And so they could be there for longer than we would normally expect. So I just want to make sure we have something to point the public to.
Absolutely, and what the public should also know and will communicate is that even when there was a removal of an encampment, that doesn't mean that the person accepted the services and left San Bruno. They're very well moved 2 blocks away. Right. And I think some of the sort of requests that we get, we know that we can't legally do what people are asking, but people are frustrated, and we totally get that.
Okay, great, thank you. And then the next question is around the citations. So this issue with parking has been longstanding from what I understand of it, even before I was on the council. This is the first week I've received 2 complaints now for parking, not on the east side. Normally it's the east side that I get complaints about. So it does appear to be, I guess, growing, just the concern around, you know, people parking illegally. Someone recently posted on some of the social media sites a live walk down San Bruno on a manual wheelchair, which looked painful to say the least, going up and down some of these sidewalks. And so I guess my question is, I fully 100% understand that the city wants to be empathetic to people who are home, possibly lost their jobs, and, you know, now you have a ticket on your car. I also understand that we don't want to expose our police officers to potential, you know, any exposure to COVID-19. So I'm wondering if we can somehow meet in the middle and maybe in the meantime, while we're in this COVID-19 emergency, cut the citations in half as far as the cost goes. So go back to starting to cite at half the cost so that we're empathetic to people who may be home, maybe not working. And then I don't see where there would be exposure if the citation is just being placed directly on the car. Based on the daily logs that I'm seeing, there appear to be maybe 1 to 5 incidents a day with the police department. And so I'm just wondering if that is possible. It seems like we are fully staffed, and it might be a good way to just kind of defer any more potential risks to people who really are having a hard time getting around these cars.
Sure. I think as we enter this new normal and may be here for a while, we will certainly reassess the services that the city provides and what we do vis-a-vis parking enforcement. You're right. One of the immediate steps we took to stop issuing parking citations because while you're right, there are instances where a car is blocking a sidewalk, but by and large, issuing a parking citation is not a essential service to sort of override the risk to public health and the risk to our staff. And so as we sort of live with this, I totally get what you're saying, and we'll go back and take a look. The other thing I want to say is while we're not fully staffed on our officers, but we do have a few vacancies, but our parking enforcement officers, be it our community service officers, there are significant vacancies there, and we are looking into how we retool parking enforcement on a more holistic basis. And we've heard to have our officers sort of wholesale start issuing parking tickets is a challenge. One, because we have a number of officers at home on reserve status, just to make sure that if we have an infection on the force, we've seen locally, regionally, where you have dozens and dozens of people in public safety that go out due to one potential exposure. And our law enforcement, like our firefighters, their job requires them to come into close contact with individuals of the public. And particularly for police, they cannot wear a respirator all day for all of their interactions. And so they may very well come in contact with someone that is an asymptomatic carrier, and they know the risk of that. And so we took an immediate action to put a number of them at home, but also take a number of steps to reduce their interaction with the public. And that is true not only for our city, that's true regionally and statewide, and that's also true for the type of arrests that are being made and the type of arrests that are being prosecuted because the courts are closed. We are in unprecedented times, but I cannot say that the answer to our parking issues are enforcement, and we should bring our officers back and start having them writing tickets. I think the reality in San Bruno is that the built environment is not sufficient for the amount of cars that people own, and right now we have a lot of people home. And so we do have parking challenges. We do have people parking in front of their driveways. But I don't know that the answer to that is issue everyone citations. I think we need to step up our communication around the issues. I think we need to address the issues where sidewalks are blocked when we can and when we have the resources. But we also have to be extremely cognizant to not put our employees in danger, because if we have a significant portion of our force that go out, we may not have the resources to protect this community, and we may be relying on the county and other agencies to police this community. And we've seen that happen across the country where there are significant exposures. And we're a small city, and small cities have a unique challenge given the public health crisis that we're in. And so there are no easy answers, and there are no easy problems. But I certainly understand the frustrations that are out there and where we are with parking, and we'll continue to work with the police department on creative ways to address that. The parking citations, what are who would normally cite? What is the actual job description? What's the classification? Two people, a police officer or a community service officer. Okay, and parking citation. And the community service officers, can you tell me a little bit more about what they're doing right now? Sure. So community service officers do a number of things. One, they support deconning of police vehicles, so that has been stepped up. They respond out to all traffic incidents and do traffic control. They help to restock supplies in police cars. They also help to support on a normal day special events, parking enforcement. They do street sweeping enforcement. They sort of have a whole host of duties. In reality, they're sort of a multi-tool that we rely on. I believe we have a total of 5 people, 3 of which are part-time, 2 are full-time. And I think at this point, we only have 1 or 2 of the full-time positions filled. But their only duty is not parking enforcement, which is one of the reasons why the new police chief has tasked to take a holistic look at how we do parking enforcement and see if there are other ways. And I know at prior council meetings, we've had people talk about other ways that other cities locally are doing parking enforcement. And we're looking into those. And I agree that sort of changing how we do parking enforcement is needed. and parking is a significant issue in San Bruno, COVID-19 or not. Our challenge is the built environment and the number of cars that people own, and frankly, with the economics of the region, we often have more people living in the houses that they were built for, and we have parking challenges. No two ways about it, and they're greater now that more people are at home.
Okay, and then yeah, and I don't want to let it completely go. I would still ask that you look at and you explore the possibility of maybe opening up citations again at half the cost, just so that there is something where people are saying I have to pay attention, right? Like as opposed to not, because what's the repercussion? And then if there's a communication that goes out, allowing people to park in their driveway as opposed to blocking the sidewalk. And I'm definitely empathetic to our police force. I would hate for anybody to get sick. I just also want to make sure that we are balancing the needs of residents who live in these pre-World War II homes that are, very many of them are tiny. And if you have a wheelchair, you want to get out and get some fresh air, and that we're also being cognizant of their safety as well.
Absolutely.
Okay. The next question I had, just echoing what Councilmember Salazar said, is I also support continuing to move forward with the short-term rentals, so I'll be waiting for that. And then my last question is in regards to the testing. I did want to say I made a call actually earlier today. We do have a test center, and I'm going to be really cautious of how I guess this is phrased, and you could jump in, City Manager Grogan. But we do have a test center here in San Bruno that's Dignity Health, and this is not, I guess if I can say, a county-sanctioned testing center. It's not free, but for members of the public who may be watching this, is for a virtual test where you actually speak with someone and then you go in to actually get tested in your car. It's about $200, $190 to be exact. And if you go in person for a checkup and a check-in, it's about $400. So it is quite pricey. And a list of the insurances that they accept are available on their website. But I do just want to let the public know that this is Dignity Health. It's located right next to Lucky's. And they do COVID-19 testing. I would love to see, like all the other council members, free testing. I think it's more equitable. But the reality is that we have that here, and I think it's worth just mentioning that it is located right next to Lucky's, and there is a cost associated unless your insurance covers it.
Absolutely. The free testing site for our county is at the San Mateo County Event Center. That can be accessed through verily.com, verily.com. There's a series of questions, but that is a free test. And absolutely, Verily, through their urgent care in Town Center, has a test site, but it is costly.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to throw that out. Thank you. And those are all my comments. Thank you, Mayor Medina.
Thanks. Thank you. And then also just to add to the testing site at the fairgrounds, the county has equipped 3 vans that you can go through the county. They will come and pick you up at your home. They will then bring you to the test site. They will bring you back after you've been tested. This is a service that they were trying to figure out how to step up folks that are meeting the criteria to be tested. So these are 3 vans that are equipped and they're sealed so that the folks that are driving it are sealed from the back portion of it. So these are 3 vans that are available, and now, again, you can call the county and they will pick you up, bring you there, and offer that free service. So as Councilmember Mason said, it is costly over there, but that county is what is offering that there, and now there is free transportation as well. So I wanted to say that. And on the homeless too, I think we're, I had received a call from a very nice lady who's doing some walking, and she was saying that she had empathy, so she didn't want to say anything about the homeless per se, but could the garbage be picked up? Could more of that be kept tidy? In talking to the county manager on Monday too, as we know, some of the colleagues that are on the call, in Burlingame, they do have hotel rooms. And they're looking to get more hotel rooms so that they can get those folks that are necessary but sheltered, so they don't interact in essence, in case somebody is a carrier and unaware of it. But as we all know, and we've been talking about, they have to be willing, and they have to want to. So it is challenging. When we talked about having some communication, because if you talk about under the 380, that's the state. You call the state, they're not going out. So everybody is kind of taking that same premise, which is through the county and CDC. So it is challenging, and I think people are seeing probably more of it. And then talking to a couple of the mayors, you know, it is more prevalent. So that is a concern. And then Marty brought up about the social distance, and he was mentioning about young people, and I saw two gentlemen that I'm going to say are maybe just a little older than I, walking side by side, neighbors, not having the appropriate distance, and I just stopped the car since I knew them and let them know. But even at various ages, I think some of us folks are not taking it as serious as it should be. It's an inconvenience. It doesn't make it easy to do what you want to do, but at the same time, what you bring back home really have a huge effect to many people. So I think that's important. I do also want to say to the city manager, in regards to the city net services, I appreciate when you said the candor and bringing that up. You know, everything can be better always. We can improve, and moving forward, we need to. I think with the challenging times that we're having, it was a very big shock to the community, and we're trying to understand as to why would this community staff impose that. I know it had been worked on, what have you, but I think it's important when these roll out, we just need to do a better job. And I think I wanted to mention too, on Mondays, this is the second Monday I've had it, where we have Region 2, which we're considered the coastal region within the state. And there are 14 counties that are on the line of the mayors, the managers, and the county administrators who actually will update. And again, if you're asking a question, it has to be on a regional basis. It can't be specifically for your community. But in hearing some of the overall statewide information, hearing from some of the other communities, one thing, again, that I always say is it's challenging times. It's not going to get better soon. We will get through it, but to hear from the other counties that they are feeling suffering, trying to balance resources, etc. It is still, you know, it's very much through this country, through this community, through this county. And so I appreciate everybody's patience, because it has not been easy. I know that you're bringing back city manager next month on about the shortfall options on what we're going to do to make sure we balance the budget, which we are required to. We don't have a choice but to by the end of June. Is there anything else, city manager or finance director, you want to discuss or bring up?
No, I just want to thank the City Council for all of your leadership and thank the staff. I've been truly amazed at how the staff have rallied together and adjusted what we do and frankly been willing to put themselves in harm's way. And we're all disaster service workers, and so I just want to say from my heart, thank you for everything you guys are doing and will continue to do to protect this community. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's nothing else on this topic agenda, let me ask my colleagues, do you need a few minute break, or do we want to move into item 7?
I'm good.
I'd like to see us move forward.
Marty, I got a nod from Marty.
Yeah, nod from Marty.
Sure, forward.
Yes, forward.
Thank you. Just wanted to make sure we were good to go. Okay, so we'll move on to item 7. Comments from council members. This one we'll take A first, then we'll go to B if that's okay. So discussion potential November 2020 ballot measures suggested by Marty Medina, cannabis fireworks, rotational mayor, charter city, fire district, hotel tax, term limits. So I want to turn it over to you, and if you could cover your items, take the time you need.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Medina. And I first want to start by thanking our city manager for creating this new process to agendize council topics. And this is the very first step in actually having a public discussion on whatever item it is that a council member wants to put on the agenda to discuss. So I'll go ahead and jump in. On April 30th, 2018, the council held a revenue option study session, and various items were reviewed and implemented. We learned that cities are limited in the ways that they could increase revenues. So the council, we did increase the parking citation amount. We did do that. We placed a sales tax measure on the 2019 ballot, Measure G, and it passed. We heard tonight that council is proceeding with regulating Airbnbs and having them pay the transit occupancy tax. And we also learned that staff is continuing forward with the 2020 ballot measure to increase the hotel tax. So those were some of the revenue options that were discussed in 2018 and we're moving forward with. There were some other ones that were identified in 2018 that we haven't yet talked about. And after tonight's financial update, it is extremely clear that we will be facing even more budget challenges in the immediate future. So the first one is cannabis. I understand this is a highly controversial subject. My position remains consistent. I am concerned with having cannabis dispensaries and businesses in our cities. However, I'm also aware that cannabis is readily available in San Bruno. We now have the ability to look back at how the legalization of cannabis businesses have affected other communities. And most importantly, on my stance is that I believe that the decision ultimately belongs to voters of San Bruno to decide if they want cannabis businesses operating in San Bruno. So I'm asking tonight for the council to have a study session, first to talk about the cannabis situation and its potential revenues. And then after having that discussion, we could make an informed decision on whether we should allow our voters to make that decision to have legal cannabis businesses operating in San Bruno. So that's number one. I know that Council Member Mason is also interested in the subject, so I'll pause now if that's okay with you. And so people get tired of me talking for more than a few minutes, so if that's okay with you.
Yeah, so Marty, yours just says cannabis. Were you talking about dispensary specifically or beyond that? Just because I know Linda's says dispensary specific.
Well, there's the cannabis research businesses that could be allowed. There's the dispensaries. I heard of some like warehouses, grow houses, but I think the primary thing to look for here would be for the dispensaries and probably to allow the legalization of the research and development that other cities have allowed. There's not too many open fields to grow it, and there's a lot of problems with putting these grow warehouses with the odors and so forth. So having it open, more open to talk about the whole industry is my intent, but we can't talk about it too much, but I could put that request forward. So I thank you for that.
No problem. Just wanted to get it because it was broad. So Marty, do you want to go through yours, or are we going to go back and forth, or are we taking them all together? Or
well, I could do it however makes most sense. It seems like I was thinking that if if I brought it forward, that at some point we would make a decision to agendize it. So it would be important that each council member either says yes or no, we should agendize it, and then I can go to the next one, and so that it kind of forms a process. This is the first time doing it, so I'm open to however.
What I'm hoping is you can go through your items, because what I wanted to do is also open it up to the public. And so they may have comments on that too.
Okay.
And so then they can make their comments. Because like you have hotel tax, but now that may not be, since it's moving forward, you may say, okay, well, skip that. So
that's exactly what I'm going to say when I get to it.
Okay.
If I may, Mayor Medina, if we may need the attorney Epiphan to step in, but I thought we were going to go through each one and then take action based on the instructions that were sent as to whether the council agrees that these are areas that we would like the staff to further research and bring back with an agendized topic that we take action on, whether to place on the ballot or approve as an ordinance. And so in an effort not to take away from the public's ability to comment, by putting them all together, you're only giving somebody an opportunity to speak for 3 minutes on every single item that's agendized together. So I would request respectfully that we take each item individually, and I'd be happy to take cannabis and make my comments now so we don't have to go back to it again when I guess my discussion item comes up. But I do think that each item should have its own public comment just to make sure the public has an opportunity to speak on the item.
Any other thoughts from my colleagues?
I can concur, if that's what you're looking for.
Yep, I'm just looking for, like Marty said, we're kind of walking down this path for the first time, so just trying to do that, but also trying to be mindful and keep it streaming. I know that going back and forth. Michael?
Well, I would concur that it makes most sense if there are duplicates between the two lists that we address each of those items together. And then, of course, if there are comments from the public, I suppose that we could give them time to address each topic as we cover them. So I'm okay with doing that as well. Of course, it would be good to know how many speakers we have, because with the number of topics that we have to cover here, I want to make sure that we're not going to overwhelm ourselves or maybe need to adjust the amount of time allocated to each speaker.
Good point. So, well, okay, why don't we start to walk down a path, and then we'll see how we go from here. So why don't we take the cannabis one, since there's duplications, as was indicated. Why don't we touch on that and then see? And if we start to find ourselves that we've only gotten through 3 and, you know, we find ourselves not making the progress on it, then we'll maybe adjust. But for right now, why don't we take the cannabis one? So, Linda, since it's on both lists, why don't we do that?
Great, thank you. So I echo Councilmember Medina's comments, just thanking the city manager and the council for getting this point where we have a process to initiate policy. We're in a multi-million-dollar deficit, and development may be the only way to assist us in getting out of this hole. But what if development slows down or halts, especially given the presentation that we just had? We really need to ask ourselves if we're putting all of our hope in a single opportunity for revenue that we don't actually know at this time is going to amount to anything more than, a hope of development in San Bruno at this point in history with this pandemic that we're in. Since cannabis has become legal in California with an approval rate of, I believe, a bit over 60% in San Bruno, the city of San Bruno really should research the industry and its impacts in other locations to determine what the benefits and drawbacks would be to allowing a dispensary in San Bruno. Those who are in favor of cannabis are balanced with those who have expressed concerns that San Bruno will be overrun by cannabis dispensaries or cultivation. This is really an opportunity for the council and the public to learn more about these possibilities. For example, can the council limit the number of dispensaries to 1 or maybe 2 downtown through zoning? Which models have been successful throughout California now that it has been a couple of years and cities have implemented this law around cannabis? Is cultivation something that San Bruno even wants to consider? What are the financial benefits to allowing a cannabis dispensary? These are all questions that will inform our decision, not only if we agree that it will benefit San Bruno to at least be fully informed of this option. Neither of us can solely direct staff to spend time researching this, but 3 of us can. We just need 3 votes to get data to then make a fully informed decision. I hope that all of my fellow council members will support this fact-finding request to determine the benefits of cannabis in San Bruno and the adverse impact. If we don't move this forward, we are not making an informed decision that really could help San Bruno in this time of need that may only get worse given the current status of the economy. Thank you.
Thanks, Linda. And I know I was going to say, I don't know how to put my hand up, but my hand and something new here. And then, but Laura, I see your hands up. And then we'll open it up after that. Council have immediate comments, and we'll open up to the public. Laura.
Well, I was just going to make it pretty simple, since I know that we have 2 council members that are already very much in support of bringing this back and getting a report from staff. I, too, am very interested. And I think that other council members on this council concur. When we talked about this, I think it was 2 years ago at least, where we were sort of pigeonholed into making a last-minute decision so that we could not get ourselves into any type of situation. And we didn't have really the time to investigate and to understand the options. I'm very interested in bringing it back to see what kind of opportunities we could have in San Bruno. So that's it.
And then on mine, I was going to say when we passed it in October, a ban completely because we really didn't have many options. January was taking effect with the state, and therefore if we didn't do something, we would lose all local control to do what we wanted for our community and have no options. So that's why the council unanimously took the vote at that time. And I remember at that time, too, even when it came to research, the 5 of us that were there then all agreed that that was something that people were open-minded to and wanting to re-examine. So obviously there's a new person, but I think that is something that there was concurrence on with the council back then. But in essence, I can tell you from where I sit personally, you know, if we were going to have this question asked to me, it would be decided by the people of this community, not by me being 1 of 5. I think it's important to have it straight. As people have reminded me, yes, Prop 64, if my memory is correct, when it passed, it's through the state. Out of the people that voted, let's say 60% of San Bruno, some people have said, well, yes, I'd be in favor, but yes, I didn't vote. I voted yes, but it wasn't to say yes, vote for dispensaries in San Bruno. I voted on the state initiative for recreation. So we have to be quantified with that. But that's why also, to me, to really get the figures, right? So in San Jose's case, like what you were saying, Linda, they only allow X number within the community. And again, to staff, it would be, so are you just going to say up or down, yes or no to dispensaries, or is it going to be more quantified? Is it going to be quantified as to a number? Like there's a number of gun shops. There's a number of casinos that have been regulated by councils in the past, when there used to be 2 of each, and now there's 1 of each. And then where? And I think that would be another part of the community's concern is, well, just don't tell me you're going to do it, because now we're going to have a concern of where are we doing it. So I think it needs to get more of that in a study session that was indicated so that those things are worked out and it's just not a yes or no. And then all of a sudden there's all this coming back to a council of 5, whoever they are, and saying, you know, now let's work out the details. So that's just one side note for me on that. And Michael, did you have anything before I open to the public?
You know, I'm hearing a couple of different things from both you, Rico, and from Marty, in that you're saying, on one hand, I want to know the facts, and on the other hand, you're saying the voters should decide. So if the voters should decide, what facts do you really need to know, other than let's leave it up to the voters to decide? Now, if you're saying I need more facts, now you're saying I want to decide. I want to decide whether we should put it on the ballot. So which is it?
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the first time I think we're all doing this. My understanding in speaking with, I think it was City Manager Grogan, was that today's vote is just to then agendize it to vote on putting it on the ballot. And that in the meantime, that staff would be providing us with a staff report with information requested.
Right.
That's my understanding.
That's the way I understand it as well. But if we decide decide today that we want to assign this to staff, that means that we are making a commitment for them to do research and bring it back to us to make a decision on whether or not we want to put it on the ballot based on what staff decides. Now, first of all, we've already heard that we're going to be constrained this coming year. And so if we want to get something on November's ballot, that means that we have to cram this in somehow into their workload. And I'm wondering where we don't even have any facts to justify whether this is going to be a good thing, a bad thing, whether it's going to generate revenue, whether anybody's even interested in coming to San Bruno. We want to dedicate staff resources now to investigating that and do it within that time frame of between now and November, along with everything else. So my concern there is it really that urgent? Do we absolutely need to get it on the November ballot? Is this something that we can allow staff to work into something, that they can accommodate more comfortably, given everything else that they're doing? Or is it something that we want to, and then I think that really becomes the big decision that we have to make tonight is, are we telling staff, go work on this because we want to do it by November? Or are we saying there is an interest in discussing this, but let's do it when it makes sense? Those are my comments.
Thank you. And Marty had his hand up.
Well said. Hey guys, this is a great discussion, right? We're finally talking about it, and the next step is having a study session, right? And to get more information, and if we needed to get a subcommittee, we could do that too, if the mayor allows it, to refine that. But I'll tell you that I was surprised somewhat that how it was agendized, that it's just for the ballot, if that's the language, to put a ballot measure.
Yes.
I wanted to just talk about it. It's going to lead down to, after we talk about it, whether or not we pursue a ballot measure, because like one of the other things that I have on my list here, charter cities, we don't have enough time, from my understanding, to do a charter city, but we're doing things different in San Bruno, right? For the better of everybody. And we need to have discussions about these things and not be so reactive to things, right? We have unprecedented financial crisis, and we have to look at other ways of operating. So my interest is to have the study session to become more informed, and then if it doesn't happen this ballot measure, then it could happen the following year, but we need to start talking about this because I'll be straight up with you. I have a young son. I'm concerned about a dispensary in my town, but I'm also not too naive to think that my son today, in 5 years, in 10 years, he will be able to access marijuana, and I won't be able to stop him. I can't be a helicopter parent for all my life. So us talking about this is the first step of other decisions that we need to make, and I'm glad we're talking about it this far. And if we need to refine what that study session is, then we could do that, but we have to at least start, and maybe we can ask staff in the next few minutes on what they propose and what they think they could take on. Because yes, this is too much to try to do in this amount of time. But this is the new process that we have, guys and gals. We didn't have this way of agendizing things, although we were interested in it. It just never was formalized. So again, I think we're making huge progress tonight on a Zoom meeting talking about agendizing topics for our council. So I don't know if we need where we need to go from here, Mr. Mayor.
Well, and Mike, I appreciate your comments, but Marty, I appreciate you quantifying that, because even with 8 different things between the two, my thought was, and that's why I was maybe wanting to take it in a group, because as it listed on the agenda, it's this November. Well, there's no, in my world, in the reality, there's no way to say, here's staff, here's 8 of them. They're going to say, we're not in the middle. That's you're the policymakers. You're going to tell us what to do, and we're going to have to try to find a way to get it done. That's not the most efficient, but there's 8 different items. But I appreciate what you're saying, which is, no, Rico, I'm not saying all these go on the ballot. I'm just saying have a discussion or have a study session. And if it works, it works. If it's 21 or 22, then that's okay too. Is that, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No, that's accurate. If there's something that could be done, you know, the advantage that we have now compared to a year ago or 2 years ago is that we have seen what other cities do. We don't need to reinvent the wheel entirely, right? So that's where I'm at. I just want to be able to have the discussion,
okay.
right? And then we go from there.
Yeah. And Linda, you had your hand up.
Here we go.
Linda, did you have?
Yeah, sorry. So I do have another comment, but I'd first like to know from City Attorney Zaffarano what the timeline is for getting an item on the ballot this year.
So normally that would be required for the county, and Melissa can chime in too. Around the first week of August is the deadline for having everything to the county.
Okay, great. So with that said, I do have to say that I think given our financial situation, I actually do believe that we want to get the information, we want to have the discussion, and we want to make a decision whether to place this on the ballot this year. I don't think that we can wait. I think we have a lot of things that are waiting. We've got development that's waiting. We're looking into the TOT tax. I don't know how long that has been on the burner. We have Measure K funds that have been kind of hit and miss for the last year, even though they've been available for years. We've got, we have some pretty serious issues, and I think that if you look at the city of San Carlos, if you look at the city of Palm Springs, they all have had public discussions around this. They've all had a series of meetings around this, including the zoning and where the zoning would go for dispensaries or cultivation. And to Mr. Medina's point, there are a number of cities that have already adopted this, so we should be able to learn from them. I don't think that we should wait. I wouldn't say this for every item, but I do think given our financial situation, this is not an item that I think we should just have a discussion on and then move on to another election cycle. I do think we need to make a decision whether to place this on the November ballot or not to truly help our city out and let the voters decide.
Javon and then Laura.
Sure. Javon, Grogan City Manager. I don't want to express an opinion on any of these that council would like to direct staff to look into. I just wanted to provide a little clarity on why they're on this agenda in this fashion. And so ordinarily, ideas like this would go on the city council's priority setting process, where you give staff direction on what strategic initiatives you would like us to look into and put into the work program. These are agendized because Councilmember Medina and Councilmember Mason had specific ideas that they would like to be placed on the November 2020 ballot. And to have that conversation really need to happen sooner because our priority setting process has been delayed. And so that's why we're talking about these vis-a-vis the November 20 ballot. Now, if there's anything on here that council wants to look into and have more information, you don't feel that you have to direct staff to do that now. That can be done during the priority setting process and built into the regular work plan. These are here because the two council members wanted to talk about them. And so if there are any items that you guys think that should occur on the November ballot, it's sort of tonight give staff direction so we can begin working on that and then come back to you with the information and all the various policy decisions and study sessions that have to happen. I think the other thing that I want to say is there's a lot on the work plan. We're in an unprecedented public health crisis. We have a budget shortfall that we have to solve now. We have the budget shortfall that we have to solve for next fiscal year. And we're in a new normal. And so just think about that as you say what items that you really want us to look into for this November 2020 election, because it's a lot of work and we can work to push some things off the plate and have staff work on them. But if you just want to look into something but not have it go this fiscal year, I think there's a time where we can slot that in and do that analysis that isn't sort of connected to all the other things we're working on now with the budget and the public health crisis.
Laura?
Can we just get public comment first?
Are you okay on hold now? Okay, that's a yes. Melissa?
We have one hand that says Stephen Seymour, so I'm going to allow talk. It's either Stephen or Sandra Perez Vargas.
Yeah, because those are the only two that can be in this house.
Those are the only two that I know in your house. So.
Yeah, that's it right now during this unprecedented time. So when do I start?
Right now.
Okay. So I just want to thank you all for having this conversation, and I really like what I'm hearing. And if we're talking about a budget shortfall, cannabis is one way that you can help mitigate that. We're talking about cannabis, but we have alcohol in our city. We have it on all around our downtown. You can go and buy anything you want. There's no reason that we shouldn't be able to also purchase cannabis. I'd like to let you know that right now, if you wanted to leave the city to buy cannabis, you go to Redwood City or Pacifica or San Francisco, and they're taking our tax dollars. They're taking San Bruno's tax dollars. I want to tell you about, and then after Sandra's going to talk. But a few years ago, I went to a Half Moon Bay City Council meeting, and they decided in that city council meeting to put several things on the ballot. They put dispensaries, clones, delivery, and I think that may be it. There were three things. So I really like what Mike Salazar had to say and what Linda had to say and really what you all had to say, but I think this is something that you put out and you let us vote on it. Let the public find their way in on this. You could go to Half Moon Bay and find out what they put on their ballot measures 2 years ago, and it wouldn't take a whole lot of effort or time. You could basically just use their verbiage. But I think it's also important that you add research and development because we're so close to South City and other areas in the nearby cities because there's a lot to be said about research and development with THC. And then let's think about the time we're in. We're in the coronavirus. There's a lot of people who are at home. There are a lot, and we've got people who are sheltering in place. They may have issues that they're dealing with because they're not able to get out, and cannabis is something, THC is something that's widely subscribed to people who have depression and other medical issues. So I really like the way this discussion is going, but I really think you need to move quick on this. You need to just ask Jovan and his team to put together a few draft a few ballot measures and put them up November so that San Bruno can vote on this. And those are my words. I know that Sandra wants to speak as well, so we raised our hand, but it's for two of us. We'll let the time, unless you want to recalibrate.
No. We can restart it.
Thanks.
So now, Sandra, please.
Okay. Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, thank you all for having this conversation. This is really just wonderful. We've been talking about this for too many years. And I just want to remind you where we are at in the Bay Area. We are right next to the San Francisco airport, and I bring this up every single time. If somebody wants to take advantage of an opportunity of getting a dispensary, what is better than close to an airport? It's your very first stop. You get off the plane, you get what you need, and you move on. And maybe you just hang out and have dinner or lunch downtown. But the important thing is just making it available to residents. That's the most important thing, just to have a little humanity. We shouldn't have to leave our cities. Veterans shouldn't have to leave our city. Handicapped people shouldn't have to leave our city and take our tax money elsewhere. I mean, sure, we can order online, but a lot of people don't want people knocking on their door. A lot of people, like myself, want to go to the dispensary, see the product, and have a consultation with the people working there. So it's just overdue. It's nonsensical. Cannabis has been deemed an essential product, a legal essential product, and in San Bruno, we're being denied something is essential in other areas. So yeah, put it on the ballot, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other hand up, Melissa?
Not that I see. Just one moment. Fortunately, I have to. Yes, we do have one more. Evelyn. I'm going to bring Evelyn into the meeting. Just one moment. It takes a second.
Melissa, I see two, just as an FYI.
Yes, Oros Harmon just also raised his hand. We'll start with Evelyn.
Hello, can you all hear me?
A little louder, please.
Hello?
Oh, perfect.
Can you all hear me? Oh, okay.
Here you are.
Sure. Thank you. Do I start now or?
Yes.
Okay. Hi. Thank you, City Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members for letting me speak. On this topic of cannabis, I wanted to really focus on what's kind of link it with what's happening with COVID right now. I know Dr. Albert Rizzo, a pulmonary doctor and chief medical officer of the American Lung Association, explained on CNN recently why occasional marijuana smoking can increase a person's risk of suffering severe complications from COVID-19. I do want to link that up because a lot of people aren't understanding, because a lot of people understand that COVID-19 is a respiratory disease and infection and viral things going on. But also that if you do start smoking or have like e-cigarettes and cannabis, especially with THC, you do increase your risk of catching COVID-19. Also, I want to talk about the youth component when it comes to cannabis products. We do know that they are in schools nowadays through either the vape pen-like paraphernalia, but also that if it is more likely to be in the community, say a store, you're going to have a higher likelihood of people using fake ID cards to get in and buy THC products. I'm not saying that adults shouldn't have their rights to buy cannabis products because it is legal in the state of California. However, I think something for the council members to think about is prevention measures in terms of how you can protect youth from actually accessing it earlier at a younger age, because the brain isn't fully developed until, on average, the age of 25. And THC has been proven in studies that it can affect brain development. That being said, during the shelter-in-place order that's happening right now, a lot of people are dealing with secondhand smoke. This includes not just from cigarette smoke, but also marijuana smoke, and it can actually be affecting a lot of people in multi-unit housing. Especially for people who already have pre-existing conditions like asthma or like bloodborne diseases where they have a deficiency in their blood that actually goes for the oxygen, to carry oxygen to their body. And that's what I wanted to talk about. And also that bringing in certain cannabis businesses, definitely we've seen disproportionate amount of cannabis businesses being open in more low-income areas. So another thing for y'all to think about if you are thinking about zoning in the downtown area. And that bringing in a business like cannabis stores, think about what type of products you want to allow to be sold in your city. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, please.
One moment. I have to jump back and forth. Okay. The next speaker is Oros Harmon. Just one moment. Oros, are you there?
Hi. This is actually Plymouth Ansberg speaking. We're logged in from Oros' computer. No worries. So I think we decided that, council decided that we were going to break up the commentary on these different items, but in the interest of time, since it's already like after 10, I was going to try and just comment on like the measures in general, specifically on the issue of cannabis dispensaries. It seems like this is going to be a relatively simple measure to come up with and put on the ballot, and since it sounds like we're sort of budget constrained in terms of how much time and time is money that staff has, I think that this would be one of the measures to focus on for this year. I don't feel like speaking about whether I personally am in favor of dispensaries or not is relevant, because what we're really talking about is creating the ballot measure. I think that's a good idea. There's a couple of other items on there that seem to me like they're not a lot more complicated. I'm definitely in favor of going forward with something like a charter city at some point, but I think there's going to be a lot of details to work out about what actually to put on the ballot, and that might be something where we could start talking about it, but that's probably going to need to be put off until another time. There's a number of other measures that I don't really know the details about because we haven't spoken about them yet, but my general message is, prioritize putting things on the ballot this year that are simple and straightforward, and leave more complicated things to later. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. 1 second.
Anything else?
Nope, I do not see any other, well, I don't see any hands up, no.
Marty, you have your hand up?
Oh, is it still up?
I see his.
I'm done.
Okay.
Other than, I guess, a little repetitive, that having this first council to agendize the subject with the intent that if it's doable, that that we should put it on the ballot, but we have to hear from staff. Like Councilmember Salazar said, what's the capacity? And we don't need it all 7. That was kind of the whole idea of the prioritization meeting that we were going to have earlier that kind of got bounced around due to COVID, that we weren't able to talk about it. So this is probably the highest priority, and probably will give you the easiest, perhaps, maybe because other cities have already done it, and the biggest return that we would get in our financial crisis. So is that good enough, Mr. Mayor, to have a study session with the intent to hear back from staff about what it would take to put it on the ballot and how much time they think it would be necessary?
Well, I think that, we're all, the last speaker too, is that's kind of why I want to go through all these things, because if it was truly for the ballot, then can we really do all 8 or 9? Probably not. I mean,
right.
Let's be realistic. So then the council should prioritize. Now, granted, Tuesday we're meeting, I believe it's been confirmed for a study session to discuss the priority. So
right.
That would help us, unless, there's interest, staff is aware of it. We can bring it up in the strategic setting unless the city manager doesn't want that, because obviously there's a cost involved.
Right.
Obviously there's a time element involved. And I think those need to be attributed to, and then the prioritization of it, just as was spoken, as you just said too.
Right.
Like the charter city, that is probably a very complicated matter.
It is.
So
right.
That's kind of why I wanted to go through all these, and then
okay. No, it's fair.
We can give staff if we're wanting to see study session and or ballot, but like you said, we're meeting Tuesday, I believe. So I think staff's heard us about campus. I think they know we minimum want a study session. We need to know about time, more factual data, I think is what I'm hearing. And rolling that, I've heard from some council that might be a prioritization of putting it up close to the top. So unless I've heard differently, and then we can bring up maybe at the 21st, those prioritizations. So are we okay to move on to fireworks?
Well, so I'm sorry, this is just maybe a clarification on the process, but I want to make sure that this doesn't get, actually any of the items tonight, this is really a process question, gets kind of dug into the priority meeting, which has hundreds of things on there. My understanding was the purpose of tonight was to focus on either ordinances or ballot measures, more specifically ballot measures, so that we do say as a council that we are setting this as a priority right now. We're not waiting until another meeting to then set priorities and make this one of many other priorities. And so if based on the email that I saw, it was that if the council agrees and there is agreement amongst the council, the next step isn't to go to a priorities meeting, it's to have staff come back with information as to whether to agendize it. And right. So that's what I want to just be very clear about, because otherwise I feel like we could have just saved this information, this whole meeting for the priority setting meeting.
No, but on these items, what's going to be, they've already heard about a study session. You've already heard, I think at least from a majority of the council, they want to move this forward for a study session. Some have a priority that they wanted on this November, but we still need staff to bring it back, yes. But I think we need to incorporate what we have here with what they're doing Tuesday as well, right? And we're going to balance it. But some things are going to rise to the top and need to be top priority. Some things, like if it's a charter thing, maybe that's not the first thing that we're going to deal with this year. Potentially.
So the council right now is saying the majority want this to go back to staff to research and to bring back to us. My understanding was going to be within 1 or 2 meetings with some research and then a vote as to whether to place this on the ballot or not. That was my recollection.
Let's check with the city manager for this.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Manager?
All right, I'm off mute. Yes, really close to what Councilmember Mason said with one caveat. And so tonight's meeting is structured for the City Council to talk about ideas for things that could potentially be put on the ballot. Staff will return within 1 to 2 meetings with essentially a level of effort analysis and likely additional questions. Because right now we have an idea, and all of these have a number of policy considerations, and we very likely for cannabis will come back with some initial information and request for clarity on what type of cannabis business and categories does the council want staff to do further research into. And then we will launch into that work with the goal of bringing you back everything you need to put on the ballot. And for some of the items, we may have additional study sessions in April or May or June as we tackle the various policy considerations and develop the ballot language. And so we'll have various check-ins. But tonight, as to say, what are you guys interested in potentially having staff prioritize for the November 20 ballot? And then we'll return with the level of effort analysis and then step through all the other policy considerations thereafter.
And I'm just being a little more aggressive with this one because given that the county is seeing a potential increase in COVID-19, I believe at the end of May is what the San Mateo County Health Officer mentioned. We may be in shelter in place for a little bit longer, and other cities will also be seeking ways to generate revenue. And so if we can get it into this ballot measure, we may single ourselves out in a way that other cities may be catching up with us at a later time. I don't know that, but I want to throw that out there. And I also just didn't want to move on without acknowledging Evelyn's comment. I understand everything that Evelyn said, and I just want to make sure that when the city does its research, that some of the comments that she brought up are addressed as well. Specifically, I would definitely be interested around any statistics relating to any dispensaries around children, low-income communities, and what the impacts have been on those. I think that those are all very valid concerns that I would also like to hear about. Thank you.
Are we good to go on to fireworks? Marty? Marty? You're on mute.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Into another controversial subject, right? Fireworks sales were last approved by 65% of the voters in 2005. I enjoy safe and sane fireworks, more now with my young son than ever. We gather with neighboring friends and responsibly light them. I am a member of a couple of organizations that sell fireworks. I understand the cost benefit that our organizations have in raising a lot of money in a short amount of time. Yet I'm also aware that I've heard numerous complaints about the noise and fire safety involved with fireworks. So I think 15 years is a pretty decent amount of time to check in back with our residents, and this isn't as high as a priority, but it's still important that if it could be quickly put together, that we get a check-in with our residents and find out if do we still want to be in the fireworks business as a community. So to have a study session on that, to look into the possibility of putting it on the ballot, depending on capacity of staff and interest. So that's the reason why I have it here to have a study session on that.
It's a study session, but as you said, it's not the top priority.
Clearly, I think based on where we are financially, the cannabis probably is the biggest bang of the buck that could happen. However, I don't want to diminish the concerns that some of our residents have about the noise and their fear of a fire from
I appreciate
fireworks.
It, but I'm keeping a tally of how many, so that's potentially up to 2 as far as priority. Okay, any comments from council? Laura. Then Michael.
So, first of all, we're kind of, we didn't really figure out how we would go through this list. So I'm just wondering if maybe Councilmember Medina can go through these lists. Otherwise, I feel like we're going to be here till midnight having a discussion on all these items. But I think what this list really is what on here he can quickly hit on his high level, and then allow all the council members to give their feedback on what they want to see go forward on the ballot for this year. Because nothing else is a priority to have discussion tonight. Because for me personally, until I see all the issues that we want to address in the city, it's hard for me to make a decision. It's hard for me to vote on any one item until I see our list of priorities for this year. And they are far and many. And so, revenues would be a number one for me.
Michael.
I like what Laura just said, and I agree. Maybe we should just take in the whole thing and then decide which things to move forward on. But I was going to actually ask Marty a question in terms of what he would like to see, what information he would like to see come back in a study session, because I think this one could be an easy one to get on a ballot, where if it's just a question that says, does the city of San Bruno continue to allow fireworks, may not require a lot of staff time. When we've already placed the same item on a ballot before. We just dust off the language from the last one and put it back out there. That could be an easy one. So in terms of asking for a study session, I would just be curious, are there specific data points that would help you in formulating whether or not to move it forward, or if it's a no-brainer, can we just say, yeah, let's just get it on there, as long as A, it's not going to cost too much, and B, it's not going to take too much staff time.
Yeah, go please.
Right. So I believe we would need our city attorney to help out a little bit there, since we do have something that was approved by the voters. We would need their approval to change it, and to change it would be basically outlawing it. So it would probably be easier to just do that, but I'll leave it at that. And I don't know if the city attorney, if you can please correct me on any of that.
No, I mean, I think there's could be a general view that some of these ballot measures are easy and some of them are hard. And it actually turns out that even if other cities have done them and we have forms to look at, it turns out that really doesn't change the level of effort required on a staff basis. And the reason for that is because we can't just copy an ordinance and say, well, here, take this one, let's put it on the ballot. The question always will be from the city council, what is it? What does that really mean that's going to be on the ballot? And, for cannabis, you have zoning, you have number, you have what's the tax rate, how is it going to be taxed? There's all kinds of details that are specific to the city of San Bruno and to the city council. So it might seem simple, or somebody might say, oh, well, this is an easy one. But actually, each ballot measure does have a certain amount of complexity. For fireworks and for many of the other ones, you also want to ask yourself, are we really just doing an advisory measure, or are we asking the public to vote on something? And if we're asking them to vote on something, what are we asking them to vote on? And what are those implications? So for fireworks, for example, we could say, shall this ordinance be repealed? Or you could say, I mean, that's the alternative because we already have an ordinance allowing it. So if you want to put it in front of the voters, you're not going to ask them, should we keep it the way it is? It already is the way it is. You're going to ask them, do you want to repeal it? So these are the sorts of questions that, we have to give a lot of thought to and make sure that ballot measures are clear so the voters know what they're voting on.
So there are no easy answers. Thank you.
We'll work on whatever you ask us to, but these are really quite time-consuming and complicated things, to work on, and it will displace other priorities. I'm virtually certain we can't come back to you by the next meeting with a report on cannabis. The staff reports are due tomorrow on that, so we're unlikely, I think, to be able to do that, and that's also a cross-departmental effort. So we have myself, we have community development, we have finance, we have police, and all of those departments collaborated the last time the cannabis ordinance went to the city council and the city council was adopted. The staff and the fire council did a great deal of work at that time in understanding it's a different council on looking at all of those issues and doing a really deep level of analysis on that in a multi-departmental effort. And so we would be needing to do the same thing for cannabis and partly for fireworks, because that also involves police and fire.
All right,
as well as finance. So they're complicated. We're happy to work on them, but I wouldn't want anyone to underestimate the level of staff time that's required for these ballot measures.
Linda?
You're muted, Linda.
And mute myself. Am I still muted? Okay.
You're good.
I would just be curious to know, because I think that fireworks of all the priorities is one, in my opinion, that can wait. I'd like to know more information about the issue at hand. If it's a safety issue, how many accidents or how many safety issues have occurred in the last 5 years? I'd like to know enforcement, so how many arrests were made, how many illegal fireworks have been confiscated before we go down a path of just even putting it on the ballot. What is the true concern there? And I think that's one, and just in my opinion, that can wait as far as priorities go. I'll respect the council. If the council seems to want to move forward, I will, respect that and support it. But I do think that as far as priorities go, I don't have enough information on this to really make a determination on one way or the other.
Okay. Anything else, council? Hands. So, I'm also, something that Laura had said too, this is why I kind of wanted to hear everything, because see, that was my concern, is we're taking each one, and I know when we went past midnight another time, that was not well received. So I want to be mindful of time, and we're going to have speakers on everything. So I'm going to ask again, Marty, is it possible just to go through the list?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry. I've got another hand. Laura? Laura?
Go ahead, Laura.
There you go.
Thank you. I prefer that Marty goes to the list.
Okay. Michael?
Yeah, let's finish the list.
Okay. Go ahead, Marty.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. I know it's getting late, but I do just want to say, I think in the spirit of allowing people to have comment, I don't know about, I don't think the rest of them are going to be that long, just from what I'm seeing, but I do want to make sure we give people an opportunity to comment on this item.
Yes, they'll have the opportunity once Marty's done to comment.
Good?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. I'll make it quick.
Appreciate it.
Rotational mayor. San Bruno is the only city in San Mateo County that elects mayor. All of the other 19 cities rotate. Based on my council experience, San Bruno would benefit with each council member having their turn as mayor. I believe it would create a more collaborative environment. Since the city is pursuing district elections, it's timely to ask the voters if they think having the elected mayor is still their preference. I'm in no rush to do this, so we're going to have districts figured out by 2022. Having a study session at some point in the future to talk about it. It doesn't have to happen anytime soon.
Next, Charter City? Charter
City. This takes a long time. Having a study session on it, there's San Bruno is a general law city. This was one of the revenue topics discussed in the April 2018 meeting. The California Constitution provides charter cities with a variety of tools to construct local policy and address local concerns, and probably most importantly, to raise revenue. Of the 482 cities in California, 120 of them are charter cities. At some point in the future, having a study session to look into it, since I believe it's a pretty comprehensive, timely process, and I'll leave it at that. Fire districts, another item discussed in the April 2018 study session, where the council was advised of an option to create a special district for fire mitigation. San Bruno is blessed with open spaces, but these spaces have liabilities and have been identified in fire mitigation studies, which cost a lot of money to take care of. Having a fire mitigation district would provide a guaranteed revenue source to assist in properly maintaining these open spaces. These funds could not be used for any other purpose. That's going to take time as well, kind of like the stormwater thing that's kind of aligned. So going from there later on, I'm all right with that. Having the discussion at some point is important. Number 6 is the hotel tax, which staff has already went ahead and they're moving forward with looking at increasing the TOT. I wasn't informed, or I wasn't contacted on the survey that was conducted, but it's my understanding that the public was contacted for that survey. Those are the majority of my
term limits.
Excuse me?
You have term limits?
Yeah, term limits. Basically, this is an acknowledgement of this past election and listening to Councilmember Mason's call for term limits. I appreciate the interest, and I'm in favor of this topic agendized so we can openly discuss it. It's not a high priority for me, so I think with the time that we have for 2020, that this would be something that I'm willing to allow to not take up staff's time.
And thank you, Marty. Appreciate it. If you don't mind, just on the charter, I'd like to ask the city manager, because that was a revenue aspect, and I know it kind of generates off the estate transfer tax. So, city manager, do you have anything to add quickly to that, or the complexity, or?
Sure. I think Councilmember Medina was absolutely right. A charter city is a very, very significant endeavor to go through all of the various ideas and policy options before the city council. When this was talked about before, it was also talked about as a potential revenue item because you have the ability as a charter city to charge a real estate transfer tax. And that's a tax on the sale of real estate, not just homes, but also commercial property, all property. And so when we talk about what would have the most significant revenue impact of the ideas, it's actually a real estate transfer tax vis-a-vis a charter, being a charter city. Now, it is possible to become a charter city and have that be the main policy decision that the city council is looking at vis-a-vis a charter city. There are some other decisions that have to be made. I think the challenge with that is once you start talking about a charter city, you go very, very broad. And so if the council can limit themselves to real estate transfer tax, that could be potentially one thing. But once you start talking about a charter cities, it likely involves much, much more. But that's why it came up before, mainly as a significant revenue generator.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Comments from council, and Melissa, is there anybody from, if you can check if public?
There is not.
Okay.
Actually, just now I just got one. Terry Chavez. Do you want to allow speaker now, or?
Yes, please, in case.
Okay.
Turn in.
Okay, Terry, just one moment. I am unmuting you. Terry, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you guys. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
You guys are the diehards with these late night meetings. My hat goes off to you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Those are all important topics, and I'm really grateful and glad to hear that many of the topics will probably go to the voters to decide. I think that's a great stance to take. I just wanted to comment on term limits, because often we have 2-year term limits or 4-year term. I'm sorry, not term limits. Sorry. Often we have a position, a government position, which is a 2-year limit, a 2-year term, or a 4-year term. But every time that the person is termed, every time the term ends, they're either going to be, if they choose to run again, then they could be reelected, or they could not be reelected. So in my opinion, if you're elected to a 4-year term, every 4 years, it's kind of like your term. It's not a term limit, but every 4 years, you're letting the voters decide, do you want to have this person reelected, or do you not want to have them reelected? So I actually feel like we should just let the voters continue to elect our electeds, whether it's a 4-year term for city council or in school board, or whether it's a 2-year term for the mayor, or whatever. I'm just kind of wondering, what do other cities do in San Mateo County? Do they have term limits for their city councils? So I was just interested in that as well. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Thank you for staying up with us. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Okay, any other speakers? Melissa?
I see one more. I'm sorry. I see one more. There is one speaker, Nicole Fernandez. Just one moment. I'm bringing her in.
Thank you.
Nicole, can you hear us?
This is actually Alex. I was using somebody else. Alex Mulligan. I'm using someone else's Zoom account at the moment. Mine was giving issues. This is a little strange. Probably should have fixed that.
That's all right.
My public comment. Just very briefly. Well, first off, thank you very much for being here this late. You guys, as Terry said, you guys are the diehards. I just wanted to make a quick comment on the cannabis dispensary. I probably could have waited. I'm sorry, Melissa. I sent her a late email. City clerk. I am also in favor of bringing it to the November ballot. I think I've spoken publicly on my support of a cannabis dispensary in San Bruno before, although I am in support of bringing it to the voters. I do believe, however, if the city is interested in researching this as well in their study session, that it might be in the city's interest to look on how to approve this or how to regulate it and administer it to get ahead of a potential ballot measure in the idea that it provides more flexibility to the city, to the council to readjust whatever to essentially not be tied down to what is in the ballot measure. I guess it depends on how the language of the ballot measure is written. I just think it's in the city's interest to do so, as it gives you the most flexibility. That being said, I would still support it going to the November ballot. Just an idea. And Nicole, if you're watching this somewhere, please forgive me for using your account. Sorry.
Thank you, Alex. Any other speaker?
No. No.
Commenter Linda.
So I'm sorry, I want to just make sure that our process is really clear. Are we going item by item and then getting consensus from the council, because that was one of the issues that had been previously brought up, and I just want the record and the minutes to be very clear on where we are. Or are we having a discussion right now on all the items?
Discussion on all the items that Marty has gone through. Well, I think we covered cannabis, so I don't know that we need to go back over that one. But
okay.
From fireworks to term limits.
Okay, great. So then I have a couple of comments. So for Charter City, I definitely support the Charter City. I would ask council for information as to whether there's any benefit and whether it's possible to prioritize that for this year. I do understand, and I heard City Manager Grogan, but the reason I think this also may be an immediate need is because of the districting. And so will the Charter City impact the choices for districting? Would it give us more choices in the future? And my understanding is that, yes, it will from what I've read, but I do think it would be beneficial to have a fully informed decision on that. And also as far as development goes, I know that in reading the San Mateo case that came out recently, there was a decision made, and the difference between San Mateo County and San Bruno in many ways is that the city of San Bruno was that they were a charter city. So I'd also like to know what the impact of becoming a charter city would be in development, if any. But if there's an immediate need, then we really should be trying to prioritize that this year. And I would leave that to council. So it's just some questions that I would have for staff, which would be, what are the benefits to becoming a charter city, financial, development, and legal? Meaning, when I say legal, I mean, are there additional immunities or protections for being a charter city? Are there any benefits to being self-insured as well when I talk about legal risk? What are the potential adverse impacts to becoming a charter city? Also financial, development, and legal. And what would be the process for becoming a charter city should council select that path forward? That's regarding charter city. For rotating mayor, San Bruno is the only city in San Mateo County who elects their mayor. Are there any benefits to remaining as we are or to transitioning to a rotating mayor model? Should San Bruno move towards district elections, are there any benefits to retaining a mayor that is elected at large? Prior to the districting, I actually fully supported the rotational mayor, and now with the districting, I am curious to know whether there are benefits to having an elected mayor. It would be helpful to know from other cities which have elected mayors. My understanding it's just us, but I would like that confirmed, which have switched over to district elections and maintain their rotational mayor, and what is the cost to the city of San Bruno to maintain a separate ballot for the mayor? So we elect the mayor every 2 years. Do we pay an extra charge to have that on the ballot, and what is that cost to the city of San Bruno? Term limits. So we do not have term limits in San Bruno, but the President of the United States has term limits. The state senator has term limits. Many city councils in the San Mateo County have term limits. Our supervisors have term limits. Our city council is elected to 4-year terms, and our mayor is elected to 2-year terms. I think the key that a lot of the public misses is the word limit. We have terms, but we don't limit how many times that you can be in your term. The amount of time in office, if elected, is indefinite. As long as you continue being elected, you may continue to serve. It is most efficient to allow individuals to continue running when, 1, we are aware that incumbents have advantages that include financial contributions, endorsements because relationships have already been established, and a name. They have name recognition that is very hard to come up against, and it's hard to replace statistically. All of these make it difficult to attract new candidates who are interested in government and who want to serve their community. Various city councils require rotating out after a certain number of years. I believe Redwood City is after 16 years you can rotate out, but then you have to, then you can run again, but you do have to rotate out. Various city councils require the rotating out of the cities in the peninsula. The questions I would have is which have term limits. What are those term limits? Can an individual who's been termed out run again? And what are the drawbacks and benefits to this model? I do think that this is really an equity issue. A lot of cities do already establish term limits, and a lot of our higher officials have term limits as well. So I'm hoping that the council will support at a very minimum looking into term limits for our city. Thank you.
Thanks, Linda. Other comments from council? Laura.
I would just like to ask Linda if she could proceed with her 2 items, that we as a council as a whole can decide on all items, which are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 items left, eliminating the hotel tax, that we can then decide which we would like to move forward.
Well, and I think, and Linda had term limits, and she had cannabis and rotational. So if Linda, if fair, I think you've had commentary on that. But you also had local purchasing, and you had campaign finance.
Okay, sure. So local purchasing, I just want to state that I apologize if it was my error, or it may have been interpreted wrong, but these 2 don't need to be on the ballot. These are items that we can, that I would actually like to be immediate, but I don't believe they need to be on the ballot. I believe they're ordinances. So the local purchasing policy is a non-ballot initiative. San Bruno does not require its city to purchase locally. For example, there's no requirement that the city of San Bruno first identify San Bruno restaurants to purchase food before going to another city. Thus, San Bruno can purchase from anywhere, from any event, including senior center lunches, dinners, public meetings, and our employee events. This also includes any of our emergency workers who can go to the grocery stores in Trader Joe's and Millbrae and support other grocery stores that are not providing any tax revenue for the city. While a broader local purchasing policy may be asked for at a later time, I wanted to start with a request for information on the benefits or drawbacks to any local purchasing policy for food, including restaurants and groceries. This request is not meant to lead to a budget initiative, but instead a policy that I would hope my fellow council members will support, especially at this very difficult time in our history when businesses are suffering. So that's the local purchasing policy. And then for the San Bruno campaign finance reform, this past election cycle, my first was an insider view of money in politics. After reviewing years of campaign spending, the average San Bruno election cost between $7,000 and $10,000 per candidate. Some years even less when candidates ran unopposed. In this last election cycle, the candidates combined spent approximately $125,000, with one candidate spending over $75,000. What are the benefits and what are the drawbacks to an initiative such as campaign finance reform? Cities have found various ways to address the concerns of money in politics. In Belmont, for example, the City Council passed an ordinance limiting financial contributions years ago. Their ordinance begins as follows. It is the intent of the City Council of the City of Belmont in enacting this chapter to place realistic and enforceable limits on the amount which may be contributed to political campaigns in municipal elections for the purpose of preventing potential improper or undue influence over elected officials by campaign contributions, to encourage grassroots campaigning, and to ensure against election victories based primarily on the amount expended on campaigns. The ordinance goes on to state that accumulated contributions from anonymous sources may not exceed $250 in a calendar year, and that no person should accept any contribution of $100 without obtaining the name, address, occupation, and employer's name of the person making the contribution. Furthermore, under the direction of Assemblyman Kevin Mullen, the state of California has new rules and regulations that will be implemented shortly. However, these limitations for a city the size of San Bruno are still high. This election cycle, we have 3 of our 5 seats up for election. Provided our last election spending and campaigning, this one is likely to be charged as well. This council has the ability to show the public that campaign seats are not meant to cost the same amount of money that the city could fund a full-time employee that is so desperately needed. Further, we should all want to support this request to direct staff for more information so that we can align ourselves with cities that have already made intentional efforts to reassure the public that San Bruno City Council and mayoral seats are not for sale. Being a first-time candidate to 2 incumbents, one that had been in office for 24 years with every endorsement possible, and another candidate who had name recognition and money, was really difficult. I want to note that this is not about candidates, not their moral characters, not whether they were qualified to be in office. This is really about whether money should be in politics. This is about how much money we want in our local politics. Is this what we want for our elections? The residents of San Bruno overwhelmingly said no. And I hope we all heard that. Running for office and knocking on so many doors truly made me wonder if San Bruno is still invested in the American dream that is invested in democracy. I cannot tell you how many homes I knocked on that would say, "Good luck, but you won't win." San Bruno always elects the same people and the same families or whoever those families support. Had San Bruno become an oligarchy? While I am here to the shock of many, I am here because I, with so many others, worked day and night, including myself, to actually meet our neighbors by going door to door. All of the items before you tonight are a result of questions asked or requested by individuals whose doors I knocked on. While I may not ultimately support all the initiatives, the public has the right to be represented by individuals who will listen to all of their concerns and put them to action every year, not just during election years. These items here tonight are all of your constituent requests. Moving towards district elections was supported by the 3 council members present today. All 4 of you supported the intent to move to district elections in 2022. District elections are intended to ensure representation of all groups, a better chance of being represented on the City Council. That vote would be counterintuitive if this item is not supported tonight. By limiting the amount of money one can spend on a campaign, we are intentionally making all candidates meet their neighbors and constituents instead of spending time raising money in a city that so desperately needs it and replacing the human contact with mailers and campaign fundraisers. I wholeheartedly support a directive to ask staff to provide us with more information and note that this would not be a ballot measure, but instead an ordinance, and tonight's vote will allow staff the time necessary to research this area and provide us with quality data prior to making a decision to approve an ordinance. I support beginning this process immediately so that it impacts this year's election, as we are entering an election year, and hope all of my fellow council members support this request that other cities have already adopted and the state has already taken action on. It is our turn to lead our city forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura, you have your hand up?
I guess I am way confused because, Linda, this is not a time to talk about items that we don't want to bring forward to an agenda, to the ballot this year. I appreciate your passion. I appreciate your issues, but this is not the time to have this discussion. I think Javon made it very clear in the beginning of this agenda item that said what items on this list that Marty has brought forward and you've brought forward to bring to the ballot for 2020. And to get a jump start for staff to do it, start working on it today. And as our attorney nicely said, all these requests take a lot of time and effort. And I feel like you coming forward tonight with your prepared speech says to me, well, I'm not prepared for my items because my items are just as important as yours. And we have a time and a place for that, and that is at next week's goal setting session. And not at the time to actually go into in depth about your issues. And I get where you're coming from, but we've got to put a list of things out there next week, figure out what we want to prioritize, and then talk further on it. But we could be here till 2 o'clock in the morning if each of us want to come forward with our passion and our issues. So I understand where you're coming from, and I hear you, but I think this agenda item tonight under council comments is simply, of these 8 items, what does council agree to move forward to the ballot this year, and ask staff to please start working on it. I think it's the only thing we should be talking about right now. I think that's the most important thing. And frankly, there's so much on here. We've got to really decide what we want staff to work on with limited staff, with limited resources, and with limited funding. So we got to figure out together of these 8 items. I think that's most important.
And I've been told from Melissa, we do have a member of the public who does want to speak. I'm going to pause in case they want to get offline and go back. So Melissa, can we take any speakers, please?
Yes, I did see that Stephen Seymour's hand was up, but then it's now since been lowered, so it's back up. Okay. Just one moment.
This will be the opportunity for anybody from the public to comment, and then we're going to keep it at a council discussion after that.
Okay, just one moment while I bring...
There you go.
Okay, Stephen, can you hear us? Or
I can.
We can hear you.
When I put my hand up, it was for some one of the other things because you guys were moving through the topics. But First of all, I think term limits is a good discussion to have. Local purchasing just makes sense. I mean, why shouldn't we support? In fact, I'm stunned that we're buying products from other cities when we should be keeping our tax dollars in San Bruno, because there are more than enough businesses here to support the needs. I'd also like to say that I was a little taken back by the conversation that just happened. Yes, it's late. It's 11:15. I'm still up, and I'm sure that others are watching this as well. And I think this conversation on campaign finance is a very important one, because I do think that we should level the playing field. And so, Linda, I want to thank you for bringing this forward in terms of a comment or just a conversation. And I question whether or not, what the motive is of pushing it further down the road. But I'm in favor of term limits, or at least the discussion thereof, because I want to know what the benefits are and what and what they aren't. I believe that we should be purchasing from our own vendors, those who are in San Bruno. We shouldn't be giving our tax dollars. I can't believe that the city would be giving tax dollars to other cities for goods that they could buy here. And I do think this campaign finance thing is something that's extremely important at both at the national level, at the state level, at all levels in politics. So, Linda, thank you very much for bringing it forward. And I'd like to see a conversation go forward so that we can, maybe find a level playing field for anyone who wants to run for office in the future. And then Sandra has something to say, so I don't know if you want to reset the clock or she'll just use what time I have left or plus some.
Hello, this is Sandra.
Go ahead, Sandra.
It's late, but not late enough for such important topics. I would go to 3 in the morning. These are the issues that were brought up that Linda's talking about by thousands of residents. We all heard them. Linda walked out there, Marty, we all did. I think she should be applauded for taking the time to present this. I don't think she should be scolded and demeaned for it. Why would you at any time not say, yeah, we should know about finances when people are running for office. We should know possible motives for running for office. And I just don't understand why you wouldn't want that. Laura, I just don't understand that. If you could just give me your reasoning behind that, I just don't understand. I'm done.
Okay. Thank you, Sandra. Is there any other folks? Melissa?
Yes, I do see that Aros Harmon has his hand up.
Okay. Go ahead and hear from Aros or Plymouth, whoever it is.
Hi. Yeah, this is actually Plymouth again. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi. So, relatively quickly, just on the issue of term limits specifically, I really appreciate Linda's passion and all of the comments about, the effort that it took for her to, unseat a long-serving council member. I think it should take that level of effort to unseat somebody. I think that existing people, experience and long-term experience is valuable, and that, existing council members who are doing a good job should be given the benefit of the doubt that they, are going to continue to do a good job, and simply rotating in new people, not because those people have done anything wrong or not expressing the will of the voters, is really, is not really good for democracy. And you end up with this kind of rotating door effect where, people don't have a large amount of experience. And I hope that Linda continues to do a great job. And if she does, that the voters will also continue to elect her for many years. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers, Melissa?
No.
Okay. So at this point, we're going to keep it now just to council. And I see Laura, your hand is up.
So just to clarify, and I appreciate the public comments, I don't think that any of Linda's priorities are not important. That's not my point, and I think that they are important. I just think that we as a council are given opportunity at a strategic setting to bring our issues forward, and then as a council at that point to discuss all of them. For example, development in San Bruno. We need to educate the community about development. We just can't have a Mills Park development come forward where somebody's got to hear about this development attending a party in Pacifica. So there's a list of things that I have that I've been holding off, that I've been wanting to come forward to. I brought it to our meeting last year, but we can only tackle so many. So I just think that, Linda, your items need to be added to our list. We as a council come forward. We together figure out a plan to move forward. But tonight was only about items we want to be brought forward to the ballot for 2020. And I think anything else should not have been brought forward tonight to have that discussion. So maybe it's just a matter of communication that was missed, because that's what was my understanding. My understanding was simply that this agenda item is only to discuss those things you want to put on the 2020 ballot. Local purchasing, I think you can have a 10-minute conversation with the city manager about the importance of that, and I think that could be changed if there is, in fact, things that are happening in the city where they're purchasing things and they could be purchasing them in San Bruno. But there's a lot of details that go behind why somebody purchases something in one city versus another city. Those, again, not to say that those are not important issues. It just has to be prioritized amongst all the other things that are already out there and that we all have on our list as well.
Michael, did you have anything, or Marty?
Nothing else really to add other than, my priorities are and will continue to be the city's fiscal stability, and those are the items that I will prioritize bringing forward, and anything else, political, agendas, whatever, I'm not really interested in promoting any of that at this point. I really think we need to focus on our finances, so that's it.
Linda.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that the council is a policy-making board, and so I'm looking at the email right now that was sent to us with instructions, and I wanted to be clear that I did follow the instructions. I think the lack of interpretation was that these were all ballot items, and like I said, I don't know. I'll have to look at my email. I'm looking at the email that was sent from staff directing us. So I don't know where the confusion occurred, but I do believe that as a policy-making board, we should be initiating policies, and I think these two are very important policies: campaign finance reform in the immediate future that will impact our campaign in November of this year. And as far as the local purchasing, we all know that there's money that's being expended in outside facilities outside of San Bruno on a regular basis. So while a conversation with the city manager has been had, I think as a policy-making board, it's our responsibility to look out for the best interests of San Bruno, which may include initiating and approving a policy. So I know it's late, but I don't believe that the instruction was vague. I believe that what I prepared, and I prepared what I did out of respect for all of you and out of respect for the public, to be clear that this is not just some whim. These are really important matters that have been brought up over and over by the public, and I think that it's respectful to prepare before bringing an item up to the council. So I just wanted to bring that forth.
Marty.
I just wanted to chime in on, this is the first time we've tried to do something like this about agendizing topics. We learned from it. It is a little late, and that's fine too. So I haven't commented on the local purchases, and I do see Laura's point that at some point at the priority setting meetings, that's where that would fit best. And I do still want to say I am in favor of that. I think it's kind of like a common sense that we would want our expenditures to remain in San Bruno as much as possible. However, it's not always necessary, right? And it's a little surprising that there is no policy, but we'll deal with that at our strategic goal setting next week. So it's timely. We got a preview of it. I'm thankful for everybody for listening, and I'm ready to see what the council is deciding we should move forward with. Thank you.
Laura, you have your hand up. Was that from before? Or?
Yeah, I'm ready to move forward myself.
Okay. Well, I'm going to say something since I've been patient too. I think we've gone over the cannabis, I believe. On some of the items, too, I think the hotel tax we've already talked about. My first inclination on term limits is that you have 3 people that sit on this body today that defeated an incumbent. So it does happen. This is probably in, as far as people, the length of time serving that has been the youngest, shall we say. I think I'm the oldest technically, but I mean youngest as far as years of service collectively than has been for a few decades. So I don't know that that's my top thing. The local purchasing, I think that is something that can be done at that level of a policy. Of course, I think we have to balance it in the sense of do we, and that's a council and staff decision. If we can get it from here and spend 30% more than what we can get it for in South City, how do we balance that? I know the one item that was kind of raised was food purchasing for the senior program. There is some purchasing that is done for the meal program that has to meet county nutritional criterias and stuff like that. So again, you have to balance, but there should be an expectation of prioritization to that. Let's see, Charter City, I think we just need more data. I think, Linda, you had made some good points about trying to balance where do we gain, what do we gain, and is it worth that time going through? Something just out of point of information on the rotational mayor, Half Moon Bay went to districts and they will be having a directly elected mayor. So we will not be the only ones if it continues. And I think, I can go on, but I know, I think on campaign finance, I think that there's, off the top of my head, 4 cities in the county that have some type of limitations per individual contribution and or organizational contribution. Usually, I know San Mateo, off the top of my head, is $500 individual, $1,000 an organization. So, is that something to discuss? Potentially, but I think a strategic study session is best. So I'll stop at that and keep my comments short. Anything else from council? I mean, Marty, I think what was being asked for again is, cannabis is something that we were seeing as a potential item that we want staff to go back. We want staff to see if this is something that is viable for a November ballot, if that's the decision of the council. I think, and correct me, local purchasing and campaign finance could be something that maybe is discussed. Linda can correct me at the Tuesday strategic meeting. And then that leaves like the fireworks. And I know, Marty, you had said, hey, some of these are, hey, not an immediate need of a prioritization, like right now for this November. So I'll take it from council. I mean, that's kind of the summaries I had heard. The Charter City was not like this November. Fire District was not this November. Rotational Mayor was not this November. I'm just going by my checks here. Cannabis was something potentially for the 2020 campaign finance, local purchasing for Tuesday strategic meeting, other things. And then maybe we could just say, do we want to just let every council member go and say, what items do you think are a prioritization for this November that you want to see brought forward that have gotten, this is where we're at, if that makes sense. With that said, I'm going to open it back up to council so we can make that determination. Please. Laura. Oh, and then Marty.
Do you want to just go down each item, make it clear, and then we can just vote?
Okay. So what I would be saying is I'm going to give the item, and then a yes to us would mean for this 2020 ballot. Okay? Does that Is that fair? Is that clear? I see a nodding. Okay, everybody? Go ahead, Marty.
I just wanted to clarify something that if the charter city was specifically limited to the real estate transfer, that seems like it could be a lot more doable in the time. I just wanted to make sure that I heard it correctly, because if not, then it's a really wide subject. Is that correct? Was that City Manager Grogan said that, or was that?
That was you're correct. It was the city manager. Here he is.
Yeah. I think the question is, if we are only looking at the transfer tax, that's one thing. I think just by the questions that we heard from Council Member Mason for her items that she would like information on a charter, it's a very, very broad envelope, and it's a long conversation, and cities dedicate many, many months to that conversation of a charter city. And so while it would be a revenue item, if it is broad and expanded, it's likely something that you guys need time to go through and address all the various policy and legal issues. And we're in the midst of a lot right now. And so I think that's a decision for council to make on what's appropriate for staff to look into for November 2020. And we'll come to you with a level of effort analysis, and then a lot of work will begin as we're in the midst of dealing with the budgetary shortfall and the public health crisis. But certainly anything that council would like us to direct to look into, we will do a level of effort analysis on, put aside other priorities and work on that.
Is that clear to that up, Marty? Or?
Yeah, if we went to, the charter has to be complete to cover the whole spectrum of items, or could it be dealt with the first part of the financial side and then be amended?
You know, actually work has to be done to answer that question specifically.
Okay.
You can't just say we're a charter city and we're doing a transfer tax. There are other components of becoming a charter city, but there are, I mean, almost infinite policy decisions and sections of a charter that need to be drafted.
So tell me straight, Doc, how much time do we really need? It's a lot of time, and it's not realistic to try to do it in November.
You know, honestly, every topic that has been talked about takes time for us to formally come back to you and tell you whether we or not.
Right.
And so I know that a charter city will, if the city council wanted to implement a real estate transfer tax, would raise revenue. But just judging by the conversation that you guys had tonight on just the concept of a charter, all of the various questions and policy considerations are going to take a lot of time.
Okay. Are we ready to prioritize then?
We have Linda's hand up.
I just want to make sure that for the local purchasing and for the finance reform that we're also going to take an action on that, and whether we want staff to come back to us with more information. And maybe City Attorney Bruno can step in, because I'm looking at the email that was sent with our instructions. And I do believe I followed the instructions to have a vote tonight as to whether to have staff look into these items more.
So I don't know about the email. I'm not going to take a position on that. I think it's up to the council how they want to conduct their policy-making business, and whether they want to prioritize those things tonight or wait until next Tuesday to discuss the level of effort on the two ordinances that you suggested.
Okay.
All right. So what we'll do is, again, what I'm going to say on the last two that Linda you just mentioned, we're going to ask, because you're not talking about ballot. We're talking about, I would say, council, you would answer in yes to it go forward, to have something brought back now, or two, you would answer Tuesday, and that would be then bringing it up in the Tuesday strategic session. Is that fair?
That's fair.
All right. So let's start with cannabis. We're not going to do a motion in that. I'll just go to the pictures here, and that will be a yes means 2020, a no means it's not a priority for 2020. Fair? Marty?
Yes.
Linda?
Yep.
Michael?
No.
Laura?
This on cannabis?
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes, cannabis.
Just whether it's a priority for 2020.
You're correct.
I'm going to go no.
I'm going to say yes. Okay, fireworks. Marty?
It's a priority for people that are affected by it most, but with the amount of time and without knowing, I would say no.
Linda?
No.
Michael?
Not for 2020.
Laura?
No.
No for myself. Rotational mayor. Marty?
No.
Linda?
For 2020?
Yes.
No.
Michael?
No.
Laura?
No.
No. Charter City. I guess I should move it around. I'm sorry, Marty. I keep going to you. You're right. They're your thoughts, so that's why I'm making it easy. Marty?
If it was crazily possible, yes.
Okay. Linda?
Yes.
Laura?
No.
Michael?
No.
I'm going to say no. Fire District. Marty?
Not enough time, no.
Linda?
No.
Laura? Sorry.
No.
Michael?
I would have supported it, but since Marty pulled his support for it,
I'll trade you that one.
Is that a no, Michael?
No. We'll make it unanimous.
All right, so we'll say no. Hotel tax, would we all agree that that's already been pursuing? We don't
Correct.
Discuss that?
Yes.
Okay. Let's move on to term limits. Marty?
No.
Linda?
Not for this election.
Laura?
No.
Michael?
No.
Rico's no. So that takes care of Marty's list. Let's go into local purchasing. Again, it's either yes to have it done now or Tuesday, meaning bring it up in the strategic planning session. Linda?
Yes.
For now. Okay. Laura?
Can you clarify what you're asking?
I'm asking if you want staff being given the direction now to go ahead and do the work and bring it back, or to bring it in strategic session on Tuesday.
Yeah, it should be no. Bring it back on Tuesday.
Tuesday, okay. Marty?
It seems best fitting in on Tuesday.
Michael?
Yeah, I support it, but let's discuss it on Tuesday.
Okay, I'm for Tuesday. We've done term limits, rotation mirror, cannabis dispensary, campaign finance. Linda?
Yes, for this year, yes.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said for now or for Tuesday?
You're correct.
No, I'm going to say yes.
Okay, thanks. Laura?
Tuesday.
Marty?
Tuesday.
Michael?
Tuesday.
I'm going to say Tuesday. Okay. I appreciate everybody. Like has been indicated, this is the first time having this discussion and having our community a part of it. Hopefully City Clerk has got enough data and information. And I'm going to share too, I think we came well in the sense of realizing staff has a lot, prioritization, and as Mike said too, bottom line, we got to make sure this the budget balances and our staff is reflected and driven and focused on that main endeavor for all of us. We don't borrow here, we've got to balance. So we're not the federal government. With that, I want to move around to any additional off this topic, please, to council comments from any of our council members. Linda. Linda.
You know what? Okay, come back to me. I had something. I've got to find my notes.
Okay, no problem. Anybody else? Marty?
Just want to say thank you all for this this discussion. I mean, it's definitely a move forward. Thank you.
Laura?
Just thank you, Melissa, for coordinating. I know this is complicated and challenging, and I really like that we're getting public comments that are getting posted on our website. I think that's awesome, and I'd like to see that moving forward. so that if public comments are coming in on agenda items or public comments that they want to have, for items not on the agenda, that you're posting those under one document on the website. I think it's awesome. I love it. So continue it, even when COVID's over. So I think we've learned a lot of new things, and I think what will come out of this will be only better.
Michael.
Yeah, no, I'll agree with Laura definitely on that. Definitely appreciate everything staff has done to get us up and running on this, and I think it's great. I also wanted to thank both Marty and Linda for bringing this up. It's been, I think we've been discussing this for a couple of years now on how to bring things forward. So even though I don't agree with everything you guys brought forward, I think having the conversation is definitely important. So thank you both for kind of driving that, making sure that we're having the conversation, and I look forward to Tuesday's discussion as well. So thank you.
Linda.
No, I'm not muted.
You're good.
No, I just wanted to thank everyone for the discussion tonight. I think it's really important that we were able to initiate policy. I just actually had a quick comment, maybe a question, but I think the city's been doing an excellent job on the social media posts, the PSA announcement. And I was wondering if it would be possible to do some posts around some of the essential services. I know that some of the questions I'm getting are like, this one I brought up before, I don't think on this meeting, but like as far as what, is gardening, are gardeners essential workers? Construction, are they essential workers? But maybe we could do little posts that come directly from the order saying like, this is an essential worker. And Governor Newsom came out today, and apparently now they're working on a plan to open up business again, but in the meantime, people are still wondering if they can work, especially if they have their own business. So just a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I want to thank everybody for the good dialogue. And again, I think we were reasonable in saying out of all of these, we have one item that we're asking, if I'm correct, one specific item, asking staff to bring back, whether, and I'll use your words, Marty, like a study session, fact-finding, but doing it more expedited to make a determination for the 2020. So at least we've given direction. We haven't overwhelmed, and I think that's reasonable on all of us. Two items obviously will come up in the Tuesday session. So what I want to end with is that as there are tough and challenging times, there was something last night that I was asked to go by, or at least told I could. I was given permission to leave the house, and what it was on the 100 block of Poplar, and what they had decided to do was to basically, earlier and throughout that, was to go out and write thank you to basically to the mail carrier, to the garbage person, to the FedEx, to the Amazon. And it was, Carlos is a big hit over there. That's their mail carrier. But it was them just getting together with distance. We were all wearing masks. And it was just a matter of them doing something together as a neighborhood. So even as we have challenging times with a lot ahead of us, but when we see our community and our neighborhood coming together and doing things, just a simple thank you goes a long way. So I encourage people to try to be understanding and, remember that we're all human. We all have bad days. And this has been a challenging time for all of us that none of us could ever imagined as we celebrated the holidays last year that we would be embarking upon that this year. So with that, I want to thank everybody for their time and staff for your presentation and your diligence. And we're going to adjourn this meeting to the next regular city council meeting, which will be held on March 28th. And yes, we'll be right back here on Zoom. Everybody enjoy. Be safe. Be healthy. Be strong. Good night.